when they scored the whole place erupted.
Oh yeah. I would like to
The other place.
Yeah.
It's going to be big tomorrow night.
Oh,
Poor girls, what pressure.
oh,
I reckon I'll give it a good match.
I think so.
it's pressure football. It's not just the goal. It's the referee. It's
It's the parents.
us poor souls watching it.
But how was that goal? On your face.
So welcome back, everyone. Apologies for the technical issues that prevented broadcasting effectively prior to now. We're all back. We've just received the deputation in relation to 40 Farnborough Road. I'm going to move a procedural motion, as I mentioned previously, councillors, that we bring forward item 11.10. Can I get a vote, please, on that one? All in favour? Carried unanimously for those that are here. All right, so item 11.10, councillors, is the development application for multiple dwellings at 40 Farnborough Road, Yeppoon. Okay, now councillors, during the deputation I got a sense that there might be some desire by councillors to get further information on this particular application. Am I correct in that? In which case I'll receive a procedural motion if you wanted to defer this subject to further imaging, if that's your wish.
I'd be happy to move a procedural along those lines, Mr Chair, and certainly want to commend the applicant for what they've provided thus far. It's an exciting time in Yeppoon. It's a challenging time, and I'm reminded that we have a document called a blueprint for growth. I often feel that we should rebrand it and call it a blueprint for managing growth. In order to make these decisions today, which will have potential impacts for many years to come, I'd like to see a higher level of imaging, whatever technology that the applicant believes is going to be able to achieve that, to help me make a better informed decision. And at this point, I'm not prepared to support it in its current, with the information I currently have. So I'd be seeking the support of councillors to have that higher detailed imaging to support a future decision, if everybody's willing to, or if that's not asking too much. I guess that's where I'm at.
I guess the wording around this will be important, so that we're going to say the matter lay on the table pending receipt of further imaging from the proponent or the applicant. Councillor Friend, your light is on.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And because Councillor Below is moving this procedural motion, would he be willing to add in a site visit with officers, councillors and officers?
All right. So Justine, where are we?
Excuse me, Mr Chair, is there going to be a time frame for this?
Yes, I'll get to that, Councillor Watson, in a sec. Thanks. Good point. And the matter be referred to a special meeting of council to be convened as soon as possible. Now, is that as soon as possible suitable enough wording for you, Mr CEO? Depending on, yeah. It needs to be flexible enough with the applicant.
I could, Mr Chair, also mindful of the applicant's ability, what time frame they may need to, to be considerate of them being able to do that, of course. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, we have to give consideration to their ability to allow us extension of time.
Mr CEO, is any advice on extension of time from the officers? Sorry? By agreement? Okay. Is that likely to be a problem from our side? Right. All right. Is the applicant willing?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So we all across what the proposed resolution says, councillors. I'm just going to read it. The light is bad. Can we just expand that a little bit, please, Justine? Thank you. That pursuant to section 216D and 218.11 of Livingstone Shire Council's meeting procedures policy, the matter lay on the table pending receiving further detailed imaging from the applicant and an on-site meeting with officers and councillors, and the matter be referred to a special meeting of council to be convened as soon as possible. We all clear, councillors? Councillor Mather, your light's on.
Yes, I'm not too sure. Are we're going back to ask the developer to provide us with better bigger, smarter, whatever it is, imaging. And I think I would only suggest that they've probably given us the best they have, even though it may not align up with some of the comments proposed by the residents. So are we asking them to come back with any particular information that they haven't already provided?
We're asking them to come back with better imaging in terms of the topography, what's behind, potential interruption of views, those types of things.
Well,
Councillor.
I think we need to be specific because,
Well, I'm happy to entertain some wording, Councillor Mather.
oh, look, I'm not a photographer. I don't know the criteria by which some of these applications are gauged. But I know that if it comes to the crunch and, you know, we might end up with a split vote somewhere down the track, we need to be very sure what we're going to ask them to do, that it's realistic and it's
Well,
possible.
In the absence of specific wording, Councillor, and I'm not, I'm
not the one to do it.
I'm in the same boat as you. I don't have the technical expertise in that area. So would you be comfortable if it was a matter of negotiation between the officers and the applicant as to what that imaging was?
Yes, I'd be happy with that.
All right. Okay. At this stage, unless it's Councillor Bellow's procedural motion, unless he wants to amend the wording to that effect.
No, I'm satisfied, Mr Chair, that the applicant will see this as an opportunity. I hope to be able to either strengthen their application, or if they don't believe they can provide anything else, they don't have to. It's not a requirement. But we're reaching out and saying, hey, provide some higher resolution imaging, how the building fits within the environment there, and it may be a positive in the application that we're still to consider. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, councillors, you've got the procedural motion in front of you. We'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And thank you to the applicant today and the members of our gallery who are here with an interest in this matter. We'll obviously publish the date of the special meeting where this will be considered.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Chop out of glass. It might say bulky. It might stand a chance.
All right.
Sorry?
7.1, councillors' business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting. I might take this one by exception in the interests of time. So are there any items on there that you require to be discussed? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Number one, the local law review. I just want to confirm that the Local Law 15 vegetation will be submitted to the state or has been submitted to the state. Thank you. That was a yes. Thank you.
Any other matters, councillors?
Number eight, Mr Mayor. Wadella Creek, report being presented at August council meeting. I don't think there was one in there, unless I missed it.
Yes, it's in there, councillor.
Okay, sorry, my apologies.
Anything else, councillors?
I just want to know what the outcome is. Number 12, access chambers.
There's a number of those matters on the agenda for
Yes, got that,
decision
got that
today,
one.
councillor
Yes, it
Mather.
was a late one. Yep. Well, I'm fine, Mr Mayor.
Anything else, councillors? All right. So we're happy to receive this one? Moved councillor Friend, seconded councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Presentation of petitions, 8.1. Presentation of petition in relation to withdrawal of the application with the state government for Flinders Park. The recommendation is that the petition requesting that council give consideration to notifying the state government that Livingstone Shire seek to withdraw its application to convert Flinders Park Road Reserve into freehold land and apply to have Flinders Park Road Reserve converted into a reserve for park and recreation be received.
Happy to move that, Mr Chair.
All right.
And
Seconded councillor
Just-
Friend. No, sorry. Got a question, councillor Friend?
I do have a question, Mr Mayor. So, these petitions, they're outlined quite clearly, and this one is a correct petition, and there's a number of guidelines there for petitions. What happens to those petitions that are taken online? Do council receive petitions that are taken online?
Come to the table anyway, Mr. Secretary.
Mr Chairman, I might just seek some clarity. So a petition, so an e-petition like the one that, say, the Queensland Government has?
Yes, those that are taken online. So through, should be through social media, could be through email, could be through anything, those online.
Sure.
We have guidelines, and this one is a correct petition. But if there are any others that are noted online, is it just for, they're not actually correct petitions that we accept?
I'll answer in a number of ways. Unless there is a chief petitioner who collates things and presents it to the council, there may well be petitions that are taken in the online world that we're not aware of. So we're unaware of those, but something where there is someone who takes responsibility for it to present it to the council in whatever form, hard copy or other, we would process that in accordance with our guidelines. But I'm not, we don't have a Queensland Government, on the Queensland Government website there's an e-petition facility. I don't believe we've got an equivalent on our website. That's not to say that others can't do that, and providing it conforms to our guidelines and there is a chief petitioner, then we would accept that, but I'm not aware that we have.
Thank you.
All right, so we've got a mover in councillor Bello, over seconder, councillor Eastwood. Any questions, councillors? Happy to go to the vote.
if I could just
You want to speak to it, councillor?
Yeah, I'd love to speak to it and just thank everybody for who participated. When this petition was put to them, there was a very strong response, and interestingly from not just those within the local catchment there, but it was evident that there was many on there that from out at Woodbury and Emu Park and all those other areas within our council that feel very strongly about the sentiments of this petition. So I thank those people for signing up. Some people blatantly will never or do not sign petitions for good reasons of their own, but this one was very easy to have people willing to participate. So I put it to the table. Thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking against? All right, happy to go to the vote. All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Okay, so questions, statements, motions on notice from councillors. First one is 10.1. Notice of motion from councillor Mather in relation to the complaints against the CEO CCC policy. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to your notice of
Yes,
motion?
thank you, Mr Mayor. I just need to be sure that the members do have the right notice in front of them, because there are two notices there which were predisposing. Yes, that's the correct one, Mr. Mayor. And this is just to clarify the policy, Mr. Mayor. It's in line with the policy, and that's why I came back and revised it a little bit on the advice of our CFO. And this is the end result, and it just clarifies that in the event that the Mayor cannot be the person who is here to do his duty at the time, the Deputy would automatically take on that role. So it's those three little lines above where it says paragraph 5.1. They're just lines that are words that are added into the policy to clarify it. The heavier wording underneath shows the total sentence with those words added to it. So what we're voting on here today, and I'll read it out to you, Mr. Mayor. In the event of circumstances that the Mayor cannot perform the function of the nominated person in a complaint against the Chief Executive Officer due to conflict of interest, the Deputy Mayor will assume this responsibility. And that's the words that were added in, which is in line with the policy that we are required, I understand, to revise and confirm every year. Is that right from the Triple C? Is that right, Mr. CEO? We are asked to revise that every year?
Periodically, I think we are.
Yeah, that's all we did at the time. We're just making it clearer, without confusion. And that's all. I don't really need to go into it, Mr. Mayor. It is just a matter of identifying the policy, adding the words in to clarify it, what we intend, and what is intended by the Triple C. That's really what it's all about. And I don't think there's any more I can say.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Any questions of Councillor Mather? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mather, because all of the councillors at the table at any given time were involved with the actual employment of the CEO or any CEOs, would you be willing to change this wording to be changed instead of the Deputy Mayor, all non-conflicted councillors will assume this responsibility?
It's not up to me to do that. As you'll see, in the agenda, because I've printed mine out, there were two previous notices put in. And because the CFO required me, according to the Triple C, their advice, to have more clarity, that's why I went and did the third one to finalise it. So it's not up to me to say that was what I had put up in originally, but that can't happen because the automatic person to step in is the deputy. It's not. That's what the policy says. That's what the Triple C intends.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions, if I may. One would be to the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer, in relation to the information that was given to the councillors. I believe it was Councillor Mather and Councillor Bello at the time.
Sorry.
I'm asking the Chief Financial Officer a question in relation to the information.
Through the Chair, thank you, Councillor Friend. So I did meet with Councillor Bello and Councillor Mather to talk through Councillor Mather's proposed notice of motion, and Paula Santini, the Coordinator of Governance, was also in the room. Paula's, I guess, the custodian of this particular policy, so she has been the one liaising with the Triple C. As part of our review, the original review of this policy under Section 48 of the Crime and Corruption Act is actually reviewed by the Triple C. So their only feedback on Council's policy, which has been in place for a number of years, was actually to include the details of the nominated officers. Other than that, for transparency, so any member of the public would be able to look at that particular policy and have the mayor or my contact details made readily available through that particular policy, even though those details are available in a variety of other ways. So that has largely been the change. So that is the feedback that has been received from the CCC in terms of the transparency requirements of the policy, just to include those additional details.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, what I want to do is foreshadow a motion in the event that this may or may not be approved. My foreshadowed motion would be exactly the same wording, except to have the Mayor cannot perform the function of the nominated person in a complaint against the Chief Executive Officer due to conflict of interest. All non-conflicted councillors will assume this responsibility.
Mr CEO, Madam CFO, comments, please.
Mr. Mayor, I guess it's one of practicality about it's nominated person for a reason, so that there's a liaison point. To have a sort of liaison committee, there would have to be someone who assumes that first amongst equals status. I would think the intention is that there's a communication channel clearly established between the 2 points. If that's a group of people, I'm just not sure the practicality of that, or whether the CCC would prefer it to be, I'm sure they would prefer it to be a nominated person rather than nominated people.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I suppose my next question would be, what if the Deputy Mayor, and going into a next election cycle could be anybody next year, what if the Deputy Mayor at the time also has a conflict? Anyone really?
Assuming as a CFO I wouldn't have a conflict, so if both the Mayor and Deputy Mayor had a conflict, the nominated person would be the CFO or myself. If we all had conflicts and were unable to deal with the matter, then the CCC would liaise with whoever the appropriate council or a councillor would be. So the role of the nominated officer isn't one of a decision maker. They are, as Kale mentioned, the liaison or the conduit to liaise with the CCC in regards to this matter, and that is all the role really performs.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Bella, do you have a question?
Probably just to clarify correspondence that I've had with the CEO, and I believe the comment was made when we were here last month in discussing this. Mr. CEO, my understanding is that there is an in perpetuity situation wherever the Mayor is, just like when the Mayor steps out of the room here, the Deputy automatically fulfils that function. It could be then that the Deputy sort of says, well, actually, I don't really want to do it. I'd like to nominate the Councillor May that fulfils the role of the Chair. But the Deputy assumes that role whenever the Mayor is incapacitated or cannot fulfil the function of the Mayor in whatever the circumstances are there. Is that how I understood the correspondence that you sent me, Mr. CEO?
Mr. Mayor, yes, it wasn't something we discussed at the meeting, but you and I have corresponded offline about perpetual succession for councils, and I would think the practical application in this case, where, as Andrea points out, the nominated people have been around for quite some time. If for whatever reason either or both of those were unable, there is a perpetual succession insofar as there is the next logical, the next man up, next person up. So I would think that applies in this circumstance, even though the published nominees are others. We would notify the CCC that for these reasons, the nominated person or the nominated people are unable to fulfil that duty, and therefore this person's stepping in. Now, whether that's a decision of the council or whether that's because the Deputy Mayor has become the acting Mayor, then the acting Mayor would assume this responsibility if it was in terms of the Mayor. If it's a matter of degree about whether the sitting Mayor of the day is incapacitated, they're in hospital or they're overseas or they're whatever, or whether they're just eliminated from a particular transaction for a reason, which means the Deputy Mayor might not be the acting Mayor and the council might appoint someone else if they so choose. It's difficult to know without knowing the specific circumstances of the transaction.
Thank you.
All right, councillor Mather, you're moving this one, I take it?
Yes, Mr Mayor, it's, as the CEO says and as the CFO says, mine just in line with the policy, Mr Mayor, and the Act. Thank you. Because there's, like in any situation, if the Mayor for any reason is unable to perform the duty for whatever reason, it's quite automatic that the deputy sits in. And if somebody, if for some reason the deputy can't be there, well, you pick up the phone and say, look, we've got the situation, what do we do? That's simple. I don't see any complications at all.
Okay, I haven't even got a seconder yet, and we've
Oh.
got your closing argument, so thank you, councillor Mather.
Thank you.
Can I get a seconder for this one? Thank you. Councillor Eastwood, all right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend?
Mr Mayor, thank you. In this particular instance, I will speak against, because if the automatic line of succession is the deputy mayor, why does it need to be actually in the policy when it's already there? I just think it's superfluous. I don't get why it has to be spelled out when it's already there within the line of succession. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Eastwood?
I think in all legislation, Mr Mayor, it's good to have it spelled out. It makes it unambiguous and makes it a lot easier for people to know where it goes. In fact, I would have liked another one added in, that in the case of the deputy mayor not being available, a nominated councillor would be available, but I missed my point. It's too late now anyway. Okay. So yeah, look, it's natural, it should happen, and I just hope that the rest of the table vote for it.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend?
Mr Mayor, is it still too late for that shadowed motion?
Your foreshadowed motion is there, Councillor Friend, I think. Is it not? Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, thank you. All right, you comfortable that's reflective, Councillor Friend? Of
Is that the full motion, top there, Mr Mayor? Is that what it's foreshadowed?
We're looking at your motion.
That's yours and this is the other one.
So in the foreshadowed motion, at the top paragraph, you just need to take out the deputy mayor will assume responsibility. That's the foreshadowed motion, and all non-conflicted councillors will assume his responsibility. That's in the foreshadowed motion.
Mr Mayor, I have to raise a point of order because that's contrary to the policy and the intent of the Criminal Justice Act.
do we have advice on that, Councillor Mather?
Well, I'd be happy if we paused the meeting to get that advice, because it's specific, the policy reflects the Act, and the policy specifically makes mention, not of any other person who might be suitable, because I put that in writing and was told quite clearly that it doesn't fit, because it's up to the next in line, which is the deputy, to assume the role in the absence of the mayor. I tried that, and that's what I was trying to do with what the councillor suggests now, but it didn't fit. It didn't fit with the policy. It didn't fit with the Act. So that's why I went to the trouble of doing it 3 times to make sure it was right.
One on meeting procedures that, if I understand correctly, it's a foreshadowed motion rather than an amendment.
Yep.
So it's in anticipation that the other is not supported. This would be, is what I understand. The second matter about what the Triple C will or won't accept, whatever the council resolves, we will send to the Triple C. If they don't accept it, they'll send it backwards.
Yeah. All right.
I'm happy with that, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So we'll deal with the substantive motion first. All right, and that's that in the event the mayor is compromised via a conflict of interest, the Deputy Mayor will assume the responsibility. I'm happy to go to the vote on this one,
No,
councillors?
Mr Chair, I'd like to speak to the motion.
All right.
Yeah, I'd like to. Am I speaking in?
Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, certainly like to speak to this. I remember at the last meeting there, it caught my attention because what I observed and asked was in the event that if the Mayor was unable to perform the function of the nominated person, what would be the case? And it would appear that we're confused as to what could be the outcome there. It could either be that maybe the Deputy automatically assumes the role because of the perpetuity as described by the CEO, which would be fairly logical with the system of government we are under. You have a Mayor and you have a Deputy. The Deputy performs functions when the Mayor can't. If you don't like the Deputy, change your Deputy. You don't have to wait to the end of the term. That's another motion that the Council can put forward. But to suggest that we would have a bunch of councillors become the nominated person when there is a hierarchy that is embedded into our, literally the constitution of the type of government we come under, it would be, you'd literally be walking on top of the fundamentals of the system of government that we're under to go away from that. What this is trying to do is just put into the policy some clarity. It actually is clarifying what is already the situation, what is already in place. So I would believe we would do all we can to provide additional transparency, clarity, accountability. That's what this aims to do. No more, no less.
All right. Anyone else speaking against, or you want to wrap up, Councillor Mather?
This, really, truly this time, Mr Mayor, yes. Just a comment in relation to a previous good member. In the event of an election, it doesn't matter who's there now or next year or the year after. The policy doesn't name names. It's the position that actually is the one that takes over. That's what we're talking about, positions. Perpetuity. Yes. The Constitution says it all. And that's what we're doing here today, exercising our rights.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Well, we go to the vote on this one, Councillor. You've got the mover and Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Thank you. Carried. Right. 10.2. Notice of motion, Councillor Friend, drainage at Kedron Park, Lammermoor. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to your notice of motion, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I appreciate that. So after on-site meetings with residents and officers on 2 separate occasions, it's been noted that the drainage in this area known as Kedron Park is blocked. This is causing an odour nuisance and the breeding of mosquitoes. Council Parks and Open Spaces team have advised that the parks and facilities will be happy to service the southern end of Kedron Park in the event that the area was dry enough to slash or mow. And the issue here that it is a form of a retention basin and that it's not going to be dry enough to slash or mow in the near future. Residents have approached myself on numerous occasions and to assist the residents who have advised that there are a higher number of snakes and rats coming out of this reserve. I believe the drainage deserves immediate attention. Numerous family dogs have been attacked and bitten by snakes, and another dog has eaten a rat bait laid out to mitigate the rodent issue in this area. It's not just the houses bordering this Kedron Park, which is across the road from Sacred Heart School. It is actually the houses across the road and further up as well that are finding this. So a dog has eaten a bait and died. Now, there are a number of children, especially with the school across the road, but children who actually live within this area, little toddlers, young children who actually do not play in their own backyards because their parents are absolutely fearful for brown snakes, rats and rodents and any other issue with vermin coming into their property. So they can't even play in their backyard. What this notice of motion today, Mr Mayor, seeks to do is to immediate attention to the drainage in this area. What we've learnt is that pre-amalgamation, this area was slashed, mowed quite regularly, and knowing that it is a retention basin as well, there is an area of it that could be slashed and mowed. Once we amalgamated in 2008, this area was basically left off the list, and it continued to grow its vegetation, and in saying that, it does have wonderful bird life as well, but the issue that the residents are experiencing is the fact that there is more vermin in this area than ever before. So when we de-amalgamated in 2014, this area once again was not maintained to any type of standard. Now, it has been noted that these could actually be wetlands, but the issue is that children in this area are at high risk, and I have learnt since that the area known as Kedron Park is below where the drainage pipes are located, so that means the water does retain. I'm not stipulating how this drainage will take place, because I know that on a $164,000 surplus of council, Mr Mayor, we can't afford to do any major works with pipes under Old Scenic Highway. But what I am suggesting is perhaps there is a different way that our engineers may come up with, perhaps a pump. My aim is to try to remove water, clear certain stormwater drains around this park area, and allow a more free-flowing water catchment, and also try to drain it enough so that it can be mowed and slashed within this area. Something to help these poor people who have been screaming out to me for assistance basically for a very long time now. And this is now going into about 2 years. So if we can pass this notice of motion today, this is going to help those people. I believe my notice of motion does state that council immediately undertake the clearing of block drains, yes, and divert the stagnant water away from residences located on the boundary of Kedron Park, Lammermoor. So in doing so, will it require pumps to at least pump some of that water out? In heavy downfalls, we know that the water will retain again, but we need to at least try something. It's been in the too hard basket for too long, since 2008. And these people are desperate for something to be done within this area. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Greg, I'm just wondering if we can get some response from you before we sort of have any further discussion around the table, please.
Certainly, thank you, Mr Mayor. Morning, councillors, through the chair. Kedron Park was given to council in the early to mid-1990s as part of the old 10% park contribution. And typically what would happen with those contributions is the land that was least developable was the land that was contributed, which is the case in point here. I've done a bit of research and determined that some aerials dating back as far as 1961 show that the water has been standing in that area. I suspect that the old scenic highway, so that's not the current road that most people use, but the older one, was constructed, that the invert level of the pipe, so that's the bottom level of the pipe, was probably placed just above the standing water level at the time. I'm unsure of when that road was constructed. If you look at the water that's in that basin at the moment, the surface level or the top level of the water that's in the bottom section of the basin actually is sitting underneath or below the current invert level of that pipe work. So it actually needs to raise up in order to flow out. There are some numerous stormwater discharges into that area, about 5 or 6 of them. We have raised a customer request to have those head walls cleaned out because there is some debris and dirt that's built up that's come from upstream around those. So a customer request has been put in for that, and we've also put a request in for some monitoring of mosquitoes within the area, because there is some standing water in there. In terms of actually, I suppose, reducing that water level that's in that area, it is quite flat through there. So from the back of those properties that we were talking about, which would be on, just trying to think of the name of the street, Frangipani Avenue, down to that outlet that I was talking about on Scenic Highway, there really isn't much fall from point A to point B. Generally, you need a minimum of 0.5% or 1% in order for water to actually start flowing. Filling, if the option was raised about filling, I'm unsure as to whether that would be supported from the state in terms of an application, because it does appear to be a natural wetland that's been there for quite some time. So, happy to take questions.
I've just got a question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood?
A couple of things. So those ponds, I suppose you could call them, would they normally, if the piping works, go into the native gardens and into the creek that then goes out onto Lammermoor? Is that what's supposed to happen? Or?
So through the chair, yes, you're quite correct, councillor. So the water flows from upstream. It comes down into this Flinders Park, across the old Scenic Highway, through the Lammermoor Native Gardens, across the new Scenic Highway, and then discharges out into the ocean.
Excellent.
Yes.
Is it possible, or would it be too expensive, to actually pump them out?
Anything's possible, but I guess my casual observation would be that the standing water level that's there now is probably the water table.
That's the water table.
I'd suggest that's probably what the case is.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair. So do you have a solution?
Not really, to be honest, councillor. I think that it's been a wetland for quite some time, or still had standing water in there for quite some time. I think the only real solution is to make sure that those head walls and those discharge points into the area are maintained and kept clean and so forth, and some more regular mowing where possible, because it does get quite wet in there. If you look at some of the aerial photographs over the last 10 years, some taken at either yearly or 6 monthly intervals, you can see where the tractors become bogged in some sections. So.
Question.
Yeah,
it'd be interesting, Greg. I know there's other scenarios like Williamson's Creek down at the southern end of Lammermoor Beach, which at times it sort of has a similar scenario where it's stagnant, and mainly it's because of the accreting dunes and they'll often dig a trench to just let the creek run out. It'd be interesting to shoot some heights to determine like low tide level as opposed to where that water currently is, because it may be a case that it's just the accretion of the sand that's actually just damming that in there, and I don't know, but that'd be an interesting exercise.
Yes, thank you, councillor, through the chair. Yes, it is. It would be an interesting exercise. However, that water that's currently within Kedron Park is controlled by the old Scenic Highway. So when I say controlled, in terms of to be able to flow, and the invert level of that pipe work that actually currently runs under Scenic Highway.
The height, that's it.
Yes, the bottom of the pipe, that is. Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Sorry, just a crazy idea, but if we could put some fill in closer to the houses to raise the water level so it moves to the other end, then it would go over that causeway and out to the next thing, and would you reduce the water by possibly 50% or something? Is there a thought like that or something?
That's certainly something that could be looked at, particularly immediately behind the houses. I'm not sure that that area that's at the bottom actually serves any detention purpose, given how far down the catchment it currently sits, or is sitting, I should say, rather. So that potentially could be an option immediately behind those houses in Frangipani Drive.
Yeah, councillor, it seems to me there's potentially two aspects of this. One is fixing the immediate problem, and secondly is what the longer term solution to this is going to be. Councillor Friend's notice of motion, I think, is about really fixing the immediate problem, and then secondly, we probably need to bring to the table some solution or think about some solution longer term.
That were
Councillor
my
Mayor.
thoughts exactly, Mr Mayor. You must have been reading my mind. Because what we do is help for these people now, because we've got a risk on our hands with animals and children, and we need to mitigate that risk quickly. Just a question to Greg. You say the water levels are below the pipe. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And as you said, Mr Mayor, this is something where we need to have a real good look at this whole drainage system here, because clearly this is something that's been accumulating over time that's never really been addressed. So we need to look at where our pipes are, how many of them are there, and how big they are, where they drain to. We need to get a case for the next budget to have a look to see where we go in the long term. We can do that. We've got the information there. And the other thing too, in the meantime, is it possible, because it's been stagnant for a long time, unaddressed, and you've probably got a lot of water weeds and debris at the bottom of the lake, to do a dredge on that as a one-time off to alleviate a lot of that smell and regrowth? Can we get a dredge in there?
Well,
It doesn't have to be a big one.
I think there's probably a number of possible scenarios or solutions, Councillor Mather. We just rely on the officers to bring those back to the table
Yeah, yes.
as part of what you're suggesting in terms of maybe budget for next year.
Yeah, but I think we need to have a look at the whole drainage system, because if it interferes with the vegetation further upstream, then we need to look at the whole thing, not just in isolation.
Councillor
I
Swadlin.
think
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, we're not going to obviously solve the engineer. It needs to be an engineering solution brought back to the table at some stage for it to be addressed at a further meeting. But certainly, I'm definitely for getting something sorted for those people in the interim. What solution you can come up with, I think we can sit here and debate all day what we can do. But end of the day is we just need to get a solution and make it happen.
Well, we're getting into debate now, Councillor, so I'm going to get a mover and a seconder for this one. So move Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. Yeah, we still go to questions, Councillor. Yep. All right, so we're in debate. Councillor Watson, question?
Just a question. I was just wondering if Lise Charles had any ideas on this. Is there a possibility of it coming to the table or something to tell us?
Morning, councillors. Thank you for the question. So the Kedron Wetlands area has quite a significant environmental value. It has a function in collecting sediment before that water flows out to the Great Barrier Reef. So it has that sediment water quality services. There's also a lot of wildlife that rely on that water body, particularly bird life, but fish and turtles, etc. I think it would be useful for council to receive some information about the vector monitoring that has occurred in the area around mosquitoes and rats. So rats require not only habitat but a food source. So in this case we have the school very close by, which can potentially provide food scraps for the rats. So options might even involve talking to the school and looking for where these rats are getting their food. That would potentially reduce some of the issues. And the other aspect to consider, I guess, is the fish life and its control of mosquitoes. So our vector officer can certainly fill us in the shorter term about how that works and whether or not the water, even though it's been regarded as stagnant, is actually breeding mosquitoes, or whether the natural habitats and natural animals that are part of that system are controlling them. So these are all factors to be considered with any changes to drainage levels or fill in the area. I think there's opportunity to raise public awareness about some of the values of the area in addition to some of the concerns. And we have an opportunity, hopefully, to come back to you with more information about those things.
Ask a quick question. This area reminds me of when we were all up in Cairns at that estuary we went through. And I see you thinking that sort of way. Is that right?
Yeah, so opportunities to do wetland management activities are present for this site. They don't come without a cost. But definitely the opportunity to use boardwalks, to use fishing lookouts, wildlife experience, that kind of thing, additional planting. So some areas could benefit from having paper barks planted so that they can actually draw some of the water from the area through their root systems. So these are nature-based solutions to improving water quality and environmental condition.
Just to qualify a question though, which may help influence the direction of this resolution. Greg, if the outlet is higher than what it would have naturally been by virtue of whenever it was installed, and it's impeding the water flow, so you've actually got a, sort of an unnaturally influenced engineering infrastructure put in many, many years ago that is impeding the flow of the outlet, of the draining of that basin. That's, from what you've described to me, or what I'm interpreting, that's probably the focus of where the efforts need to go. Unless you want to keep it in situ in that place to perform the function of a, of the wetland there and the way it's operating, but if it's not, the intention of the drainage at that height, well, the consequence of that is what we're dealing with now. It would be good to really survey those heights. That's what I'd be really interested to know.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, we'll certainly liaise with our colleagues in infrastructure and have a chat to them. But Lisa makes the valid point in that it's not just the engineering considerations, but it's also the environmental considerations that need to be considered in this part of the world.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right. Councillor Friend's moving. Is anyone speaking against? So we're happy to wrap up and go to the vote, councillors? All right, Councillor Friend, do you want to wrap up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree that looking at this as a wetlands is so important. It's part of my portfolio environment. I agree with Lise. But I've also got to look at the difficulty that it's not one or two residents, it's not just those people close by these outlets. It's people across the road and up the road. There's, as I said earlier, they are screaming out for assistance. If we can bring this under some semblance of control by perhaps pumping out some water, even slashing it, just some semblance of control at this time, this is going to help those people and they will be able to use their backyards again. I'm all for wetlands, but when people are ringing me saying, my dog's died, but it's died at my own hand because I've had to lay out baits for rodents, for rats, crying because they've lost their beloved pet. People are bringing their toddlers saying, won't even allow my toddler to, why do we even have backyards? We can't even play in them. So this is the immediate issue within this area, and I'd like us to really look at an immediate temporary solution before another report comes back to the table, and then in next year's budget deliberations we can look at a longer term solution. But something needs to be done for these people straight away. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. So we've got a move of Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather, that Council immediately undertake the clearing of blocked drains and divert the stagnant water away from residences located on the boundary of Kedron Park, Lammermoor. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, members.
10.3, notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to removal of parking stoppers at Hill Street, Emu Park. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't mean to dominate the notices of motion in this month. However, part of my previous campaign was working for you, and I do like to listen to what our constituents do say. So the Lions Club of Emu Park have advised that over the time and consistently within this year of 2003, pedestrians, members of the public and the Lions Club members have been tripping over car parking stoppers outside their clubhouse along Hill Street and up to the disabled parking area. Council engineers have advised that these concrete stoppers are of Australian standard. However, being the length and on an angle, they are difficult to see at night. There is very little room between them, especially if you have a wheelie walker or a walking stick, or you just don't see them at night. It's not very well lit as such. There have been suggestions by engineers to paint them yellow. However, these will not reflect at night. This notice of motion is requesting that only 9 of the 26 car parking stops are removed to minimise the trip hazard. Council officers are concerned that this will cause encroachment of vehicles over the shared footpath, but alternatively, people will continue to trip over them in the dark and fall onto the concrete. Attached was officers' advice that states that it would cost $2,000 to $5,000 to remove all 26, but removal of only these 9 would be less than $1,800 approximately. As a matter of public liability, I request that these be removed, and these stoppers can actually be reused elsewhere if required. They're not going into the landfill. So I've spoken at length with the president of the Emu Park Lions Club, who fully endorses the removal of these 9 concrete stoppers. And on a personal note, Mr Mayor, in 2009 I fell 1.5 metres onto concrete in the dark, and I smashed my wrist, and I have a permanent metal piece which looks like a spanner holding my wrist to my forearm. And we know often, and I'm going to digress but move on, we know that one punch kills, but certainly those one punches kills when the person hits their head upon solid concrete. So the liability is very great in this area if people are continually tripping over and falling over these concrete stoppers. All it takes is for someone to bash their head upon the concrete and end up severely in hospital. So I'm asking that only 9 of these are removed from the disabled park down to where the Lions Clubhouse is. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, so I can move to Councillor Friend, second to Councillor Mather. The debate is live. I just had a couple of questions, Councillor Friend, if I can. One is, why were these 9 identified in particular? Is my first question.
Yeah, the 9 were identified in particular because they're the closest to the clubhouse and to the I believe there's a toilet block there, a toilet facility, and at night it's down that particular end of the street. There is lighting, but not a great amount of lighting to be able to see them. There's no reflectors, reflectors on these car parking stoppers. And so those 9 were identified being the closest to if someone pulled in at night and went to used the facilities or went to the clubhouse of an evening. These are the ones that mostly those people that use these facilities use. So that's why I have tried to reduce the cost from $2,000 to $5,000 to remove all 26 by requesting only 9 of these be removed. And this was endorsed by the Lions Club of Emu Park.
All right, thank you. My second question, has contemplation been given to reflective tape that could be stuck on the stoppers? I mean, those can be seen at night. It's similar to high-vis.
Absolutely, Mr Mayor. A number of things were contemplated because we had wonderful council engineer attend the Capricorn Access and Equity Group, which is all about disability access, and a number of ideas were put forward, such as reduce the size, get a concrete cutter in and cut both ends off to reduce the size of these stoppers so that people wouldn't still encroach with their vehicles onto the footpath. Unfortunately, that won't work because where the steel bolts are through these stoppers on both ends would end up creating a weakened car parking stopper. It was discussed that they could be painted yellow, and this was not really taken up because it's not reflective. So there were a number of considerations in this, and following this particular report, the engineers have passed on some information as well. Install bollards instead, which is quite a, financially, it's not so great for council at this time. So at this point, I'd just like to see that those car parking stoppers be removed. Another point that was brought up in Granville Street, across the road from the Emu Park Hotel, there weren't stoppers in that particular area, I don't believe, and they were constructed around the same time. But it's mostly the issue that people are continuing to trip over them. Whose fault is that? We can't say. Could be the people themselves, could be the stoppers, could be anything. But the liability sits within council to do something about this. So I just endorse this and ask the table for their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Watson?
Mr Mayor, just with regards to the reflective tape, when I was a sign writer, got to learn a lot about reflective tapes, and unless there's actual lighting on them, they don't reflect. But the other thing is, I have heard of many people, or not many, some people, tripping over, particularly after their Lions meetings, because they're the ones down that end, which is where they're parking.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anyone? Councillor Friend has spoken to her notice of motion. Anyone speaking against?
I've got a question really to our Director of Infrastructure, Mr Michael Creedeman. I guess before I make a decision, I'd like to know a little bit of perspective from, we talk about liability, we talk about risk. I gather these have been installed for a particular purpose, they perform a function, and is there risk in removing them? So I'd like to, I guess, some perspective on that from Mr Creedeman, if possible. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, councillor. So within the report, there has been some commentary around the risk, and there hasn't been a risk assessment completed. So there's been some anecdotal evidence of trips at these wheel stops. As I mentioned in the risk assessment part of the report, there's no detail around the number or frequency of the incidents. So we haven't done an assessment of the likelihood and consequences. We sort of know the consequences. If someone falls, then we can shatter wrists and so on, as Councillor Friend mentioned. And I put a question in the risk assessment around, if we remove the 9 wheel stops, will we be obliged to apply similar risk management thinking to the other 17 wheel stops or to any other wheel stop in our network? So there's quite a few around. So there is no risk assessment detailed at the moment. The legislative context is that when this curb and channel and footpath was designed back in 2020, Council received 50% funding from Department of Transport and Main Roads. And whilst we receive funding, we also have to abide by Main Roads standards for on and off-road shared use design. So part of that design included a 2.5 metre wide footpath along that frontage, and to ensure the clear zone, the wheel stops were included, which is different to Granville Street, because in my understanding is that car park construction was completely at council's design and cost. So I wasn't here at that stage, but the designers would have used their own design standards, which I'm assuming took a risk assessment approach to say, well, if there's cars nosing in along there, it's a footpath in front of the park, whereas this was specifically designed and funded 50% by Main Roads to be a shared use principal cycle network path. So we haven't spoken to the Department of Transport and Main Roads about their views on whether they would be concerned about us removing these and not complying with the original intent of the design, but that is a risk. And I'd also just like to just point out that in the attachment there was a photo showing the wheel stop location. But just one step behind that, there's a barrier curb and channel. So I pose the question, if we remove the wheel stops because they're considered a trip hazard, then how likely is it that people would then trip on the barrier curbs immediately behind that as well? So there's degrees of risk, and within our civil liabilities obligations, there's a duty on us not to knowingly leave hazards in our public realm. But a hazard is also based on risk, likelihood and consequences, and at this time I'm not sure of the quantum of the risk.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question there as well. So I'm really not across even the function of them, but I'm going to maybe guess that it prevents people from driving further into the depth of the car park so that they don't encroach onto the footpath. Is that the function of them primarily?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. So within the report, I've just attached one page out of the Australian Standard allowance for pedestrians and cyclists adjacent to parking areas. So it is basically to keep a clear zone if a footpath is hard up against the curb and channel where there's cars parking. So they're primarily used to create that clear zone, and if it's reverse in or nose in, there's different requirements on the location of the wheel stop.
Councillor Watson, yeah.
Can I ask that we lay this on the table and get some more information? Because there has to be other alternatives, because I agree with what Councillor Friend's saying, but there must be a better answer.
So what other information are you looking for? Consultation with TMR?
TMR,
risk
but also
assessment
other products that are available that could do the same job. Other ways of doing it that other councils may have done it. I don't know. I'm not sure. But as Mr. Creedman said about people tripping over the gutter, I think they expected a gutter there, but they may not be expecting a bollard on the ground.
Okay, well, I think going to Councillor Mather's point earlier on in the day, we probably need to be a little bit more specific to give the officers some guidance as to what information we want. So a consultation with the Transport and Main Roads?
Yes, please.
A risk assessment by your
risk
engineer?
assessment and possible other products that can do the same job.
All right.
And lines, of course.
And lines, okay. Mr. Creedman, anything else that you would require as an engineer? I know potentially you don't want to do it, but I get that.
No, and Mr. Mayor, I think that covers it quite well. A risk assessment, understanding what the product intent is and what options are available is fine. I think that in our risk assessment, I'd suggest we look at daytime and nighttime usage, and particularly nighttime and lighting factors as well. So I think it should be covered quite well with suggestions.
Mr. Mayor, may I just add in relation to any procedural motion that it might be a really good idea to have officers, councillors and those members of the Lions Club meet on site?
Yep.
And possibly at night?
Just, Mr. Mayor, for you, I just wondered whether, and I know none of us like signs, but even a sign warning of the potential tripping hazard also could be another option.
Will that be part of the risk assessment, Mr. Creedman?
What did you say?
Potentially a sign warning of the tripping hazard.
You probably fall over the sign, hit you.
Yeah, the risk assessment is to analyse, and we can if there's a risk and it's deemed to be at a certain standard, then what are the solutions to the hazard? And that could be signs, could be line marking, painting it, removal. So we'll go through a full range of issues.
Okay. All right.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Friend, do you know if any official complaint has been lodged with the council, like written complaint?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Because I know once they put it to you, you lodge it, obviously. But if we need to make sure that they do lodge it if they do have an incident. I am concerned about these sort of things, Mr. Mayor, because while we pretty up and we try to distinguish between what you can and can't do in a street, people aren't really up to date with a lot of these things, and of course expectations can get you into a lot of trouble. So I think the sooner we can get onto main roads, and if they think that, if they have no objection to these 9 coming down, I'd be inclined to move them very quickly if there's been a recurrence of incidents, because once we know and we delay, then that could be a problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, councillor, if you've got a procedural motion there, can we just enlarge that a bit, please, Justine? Matter lay on the table, pending the following, to return to a future council meeting, consultation with TMR, risk assessment being undertaken, consultation with Emu Park Lions, on-site meeting with officers and councillors. Comfortable with that, councillors? All right. So moved by councillor Watson procedurally. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Michael. 11.1 is the application to close Matthew Flinders Drive Road Reserve, Flinders Park. Now, I think there's some discussion around possible conflicts of interest here, councillors.
Yes, Mr Chair, that's right. It's each councillor's duty to raise not just their own potential perceived or real conflicts of interest, but the likelihood or the potential that other councillors have them as well. And to not do that would be a breach of our responsibility. In terms of this report here, I guess I raise the question whether anybody feels they have a conflict of interest in relation to the matter, firstly, to reflect on that. And if they don't, then I'm obligated to raise what I think is a potential conflict of interest, and that would be with our mayor. I believe that there is certainly a perceived conflict of interest, and one that the council may want to vote on, but on the grounds that a closely related party or a close relative has been instrumental in compiling the application that was sent off to the Department of Natural Resources and Mines, and in the form of the attachment that is in the agenda there. And so I believe that would lead for you to consider that, Mr Chair.
So you're referring to a senior officer of council who is related to me?
Yes.
Right. All right. Council, I probably need to absent myself from the room while this conversation happens, Mr CEO.
I don't know that you're obliged, Mr Mayor, that might be wise.
I think I'll do that.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. I have a question for Mr CEO. Mr Chair? Mr Acting Chair?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking to the CEO. You had a question to the CEO.
Yes, through you.
Certainly. Or to me.
Through you.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Absolutely.
Mr CEO, without naming names, what was the title of the officer that lodged the application to the state? Without naming names. Your.
That would be naming names.
It's a administrative officer in the infrastructure department.
Okay, so it was an administrative officer in the infrastructure department that actually lodged a road reserve application to the state.
That's correct.
Okay.
On my authority.
On your authority.
Yes.
And under your delegation.
Council delegates to me, I on-delegate to other officers, yes.
Thank you. So, Mr Acting Chair, how would the mayor have a conflict of interest if it was an administrative person in infrastructure that submitted the application to the state?
Happy to answer that. As you would remember, we had a deputation at a development workshop, which was from Economy and Places, which contained the Flinders Park report. That was undertaken under the General Manager of Communities and Planning, I believe, or Economies and Places, or whatever the correct title is. Mr CEO?
That's correct. There's a range of officers, including the General Manager Communities, that's correct.
Yep. And the instructions to the administrative officer was signed off by the General Manager to initiate the application.
probably worth me giving some general observations about the. Mr. Chairman, you and I have discussed in the past the substance of conflicts which are about the matter at hand rather than the relationship. It's the relationship that calls that up. But in order for that to be effective, one or other party have to have an interest to be conflicted. It's not the relationship that's the conflict. I think you and I have discussed that in the past.
I'm happy to try and tease that out, but ultimately what I'm putting to the table is for consideration. It's ultimately the table's decision.
Yes, it is.
The advice I've got is certainly from several legal practitioners that there would be a clear conflict when a closely related party of the mayor is influential or instrumental in forming the application, which was interestingly not included in the last meeting of the council where we were deliberating this. We had no understanding of the application. We did know the contents of it. We now do, and we now have information that informs that the General Manager sought and requested to an officer to how is the application done, how do we do it. Council has reached consensus that it would like to move forward with a housing subdivision there. That sort of information, I believe, would correlate with the mayor being conflicted to participate in any debate about the Flinders Park application.
May I ask a question to the Chair, Acting Chair? My question, Mr Deputy Mayor, is that are we talking about a prescribed conflict or a perceived conflict? Because you took up the handle for this particular parkland, and you spoke to a lot of people about it. Do you have a prescribed conflict living in the area or a perceived conflict? Are you talking about a prescribed or a perceived conflict?
I'm happy to treat them separately if you're raising, and you may feel that I have a conflict, and that would be your obligation to address that to the table, absolutely.
No, point of order. I'm not suggesting that at all. What I'm suggesting is in relation to the mayor, I'm asking you which one is it that you believe he has a conflict, perceived or prescribed?
I believe it would be a prescribed conflict, but I'm not an expert on this matter. I'd be happy to seek formal legal advice or departmental advice to ensure that we make the best decisions we can. I've endeavoured to do that. I'm raising that with you now. If you feel that I'm completely incorrect, well then by all means you vote to allow the mayor to stay in.
Mr Deputy, through you as acting chair to the CEO, in your experience, does the mayor have a prescribed or perceived conflict in this area?
Without more information, it's difficult to make an assessment, but I've offered advice to the Deputy Mayor previously that the nature of the relationship doesn't in itself create a conflict. There has to be a conflict by one or other party with the subject matter, and I don't believe that to be the case here. Nevertheless, turning to the Council's meeting procedures where a suspected conflict is raised, if the Council believes they do not have a conflict, they inform the meeting of doing so. The non-conflicted councillors must then decide whether the councillor has a prescribed conflict of interest, a declarable conflict of interest, or that the council or does not have a prescribed or declarable conflict of interest in the matter. So I guess ultimately it will come to a vote.
Any further questions, councillors? Or?
Yes, I have another question. Thank you.
Certainly.
Through you to Mr CEO. It was under your delegation. Was it under your delegation or under the General Manager's delegation that this went to an infrastructure administration officer to proceed with a road closure application?
It's my delegation conferred by the council, and that is sub-delegated to an officer in the infrastructure department, yes.
Thank you.
Mr Deputy and CEO, I'm just getting a bit confused here. While the Mayor has made a decision to leave the room while this is debated, what we're talking about now, who said what to whom and when, I think you'll find that that will come up in another matter on the agenda that shouldn't be debated here in this one, because the next one we're talking about, or we're asked to talk about or consider an investigation. Now they're the sort of questions that would come up in that investigation if it goes. Because while we're talking about closing off any application to progress freehold land, we're closing that off. That's what this is about. The Mayor's left the room. That was his choice. But while we're talking about other things here, who's secretary and who gave the delegation and who gave that authority, and that will come out in time. But I think that will come out in the investigation debate, because this is only to deal with closing it off. Either we want to close the application off and not proceed with it, or we do.
No, Councillor.
Just tell me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong. Councillor Mather, this is in relation to whether the Mayor stays in the room or he has a perceived or prescribed conflict. Before we even get to that application, I asked, through the chair, I asked the CEO some questions so that I'm clear as well, and I'm going to make an informed decision about does he have a conflict or not, and that's why we're going to be, I believe, through the chair voting whether the Mayor stays or he doesn't.
Okay, my apologies, but I think we were jumping the gun with the questions there. But
Councillors, that's certainly what we're trying to ascertain, to be best informed on whether you are going to vote yes or no as to whether the Mayor has a conflict of some nature, which, as we know, if in doubt, leave out or walk out.
Mr Mayor, has the Mayor made a decision himself?
No, councillors, but the obligation is on each of us. If you feel a fellow councillor may have, then we are required to raise that. That's the obligation that we all have, whether we like it or not.
I'd like to get some advice on that, Mr Mayor, Mr Deputy.
And what would the advice be?
We'd need to seek the Mayor's position in this, whether it be perceived or prescribed.
Okay, absolutely.
Because I don't
that
want
could
a
be a way forward.
disadvantage.
That could be a way forward. If someone wants to move a procedural that we seek departmental advice like I did yesterday with the OIA.
I do that, Mr Mayor.
And
Deputy,
that's why I'm doing what I'm doing after a conversation with the OIA. So, but if I can understand for the rest of you, you wouldn't take my word on what I spoke with the OIA. I respect that. And everybody should have the right to seek whatever advice they want.
So that was your advice from the OIA? That was my question to you. That was what they told you?
The conversations I had with the OIA have led me to feel I need a requirement to do this. Now, if you would like to seek that advice of your own, or you'd like to get the CEO to seek the advice as a group that we agree to that,
yes.
Well, then that would clearly allow you to be privy to that advice.
Yes, and I guess we appreciate you going to the OIA to get that advice for you. But I think what we have to be satisfied with, that we're all on the same page here. Because I wouldn't like to think we've disadvantaged the Mayor if he doesn't have a conflict. But at the same time, we could be getting ourselves into trouble, as we have done in the past, by assuming that we've done the right thing.
Absolutely.
So I think to be fair to both parties.
Most definitely. Any other comments?
Mr Chair, are you going to move a procedural motion that the next three reports lay on the table until after the lunch period to allow time to find this information out?
Well, it sounds like you're asking whether I'm going to move that.
That's what I asked.
You did. If either I can do it or if someone else feels the need to do it, I've already sought the advice, but I respect that you guys don't have that advice. So it would be the onus on each councillor if they think they need advice. This is the time to influence the way that this debate will conclude. If advice is what you need, I've already sought the advice. That's why I'm doing this. But I respect that. So is there anyone wants to?
Mr. Chairman, if I could,
Yep.
I think the procedure to follow is fairly clear in terms of determining. The bit that's probably missing is the articulation of what the conflict is, so that councillors can form an opinion, pose questions and the like. The mayor gets a right to respond to those things. That procedure is fairly clear. If we're going to take advice, we would need to have some articulation of what the conflict is.
Absolutely. Happy to provide what commentary I have that's internally been circulated to form the basis of those questions about the conflict. Certainly would do that.
Okay.
Okay. Bear with me. I've got a lot of stuff here.
Just through the chair, just quickly, Mr. CEO, would you say that the deputy mayor also has a conflict of interest living within eyesight of the park?
I don't really have a view on that matter, Councillor Watson. I mean, the reason that we ask people to give notice of these things in advance is so we can think about them and provide some considered advice. I'm really not in a position to do that. I happen to have contemplated the scenario that Councillor Bello, in fact, interacted with Councillor Bello about that scenario, so I have given that some consideration, but that scenario not really.
Before you start, Mr. Deputy Mayor and Acting Chairman, would you, I'd like to move a procedural motion that that we suspend standing orders to allow you time to go through your paperwork.
Certainly.
Thank you. I'll move
Okay.
that.
Those in favour to suspend standing orders?
Hang on. That's the procedural motion that's identified in the standing orders.
I'm satisfied that the intent of the procedural motion is to suspend standing orders to allow us to discuss this in a more informal manner that doesn't need us to apply our standing orders.
Enough for you to go through for your papers.
Well, that's the intent of.
The intent, yes.
So move that procedural motion. Those in favour of suspending standing orders? That motion's carried. Those against? Yep. Okay. So you've asked the question as to perhaps why I feel that there may be a conflict. Is that
I
correct?
didn't ask.
I didn't ask.
You asked.
No, we're talking about, you were looking for
Information
regarding the mayor.
Yep. That would implicate the mayor as a closely related party to someone who was pivotal or instrumental in an application, which is concerning in the way that it has been done, which I think is evident in the other motions that will follow here. I'll do my best to retract the names, but the commentary here, as discussed with you this morning, we briefed councillors on our proposal yesterday, which is the development workshop, which is a non-decision making meeting, non-consensus making meeting under the Local Government Act. As discussed with you this morning, we briefed councillors on our proposal yesterday, and the consensus was to move through the process in first instance and find out if the state are willing to close the road reserve, and of course how much. Guys, I don't want to drill down into everything that's been said, but that is information from our General Manager. That has then informed an application to be made with attachments that have stated in question 12 that council wishes to undertake, bear in mind this is council wishes to undertake a residential development over the site which will support the state government's efforts to address the housing crisis by providing more housing. I beg your pardon? So, my concern is that the Mayor is conflicted because the General Manager is a closely related party. We are going to be debating the merits of that application, And so much to the extent later on in the agenda, we've got the consideration of an investigation being undertaken. There's some fairly serious things that have been identified by the CEO to even be prepared to put forward from the officer's perspective the need to have an investigation. So in order to make decisions about this, those people that have closely related persons, I don't believe should participate in the debate.
Councillors, I think people are looking for a response from me. If the suggestion is that the result of this exercise might result in disciplinary action, is that what you believe the conflict is? Because it's not a conflict about property ownership or personal gain or anything like that. Is that what the suggestion is?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, absolutely not. This is about process.
Yes.
It's about transparency, accountability.
I'm just trying to, again, understand
and it's
that
about
conflict.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's about people's reputations.
Okay.
That the organisation has made a myriad of statements on behalf of the council addressing supposedly a myriad of misrepresentative, untruthful statements that have been made by certain persons.
Yeah, but we're trying to understand, should the mayor be in the room, the councils want to make a vote on that, be guided by you as to that, because you're saying the conflict is in relation to relationship with a senior officer where one or other of those parties have a personal interest in the matter. I'm just still not sure what the personal interest bit is.
Well, the personal, I won't suggest so much as a personal interest, but it may be a professional interest. It may be a judgment interest or an opinion interest. But
point of order, Mr. Chair, you actually don't know what you're asking for.
Well, you're happy for you to provide that point of order? And what would you like to do?
Nor am I sure of what you're asking for, because it doesn't sound like there is one.
Mr. Chairman, do you think, and through you to the CEO, I don't mind if either of you answer, do you think we should have recess, lunch, early lunch, whatever, to seek that advice?
Move a procedural if you'd like to seek the advice. Absolutely.
We have to resume standing orders, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, good point, Councillor Friend. If there's no further questions within the where we are at the moment, by all means, let's move.
Resume standing orders.
Resume standing orders. Councillor Friend, you're moving that? Yep.
Yeah.
Those in favour? Thank you. And Councillor May, did you want to move a procedural motion?
Yes, I'd be happy to move that so that we could move on, because I could see that it's getting a little bit ticklish. Isn't that a word? Mr. CEO, could we arrange, or could you arrange a discussion with the Deputy President to speak to somebody, the OIA even, to confirm that conversation, just so that we've got it from...
So ladies and gentlemen, we'll make every effort to
get
the information that you need.
Yes, okay, well, I'd be happy to move the procedural motion that council have an early lunch, be break for lunch, have an early lunch with the CEO and the Deputy to...
Well, all councillors would be privy to that information.
Yes,
Absolutely.
this would be, would contact the OIA to discuss the contentious issue of conflict of interest in relation to the position of the mayor.
So we have a procedural there by Councillor
Don't
Maynard.
ask me to say it again.
Sorry?
Don't ask me to say it
Yeah,
again.
well, I was going to endeavour to say it again. I don't know whether we need an early lunch or not. If lunch is not
Oh,
ready,
right.
we probably won't have an early lunch. But Justine's given me a nod to say it is. Okay, the procedural motion, though, is that we adjourn the meeting to allow enough
The
time
CEO and the Deputy Mayor to contact the OIA.
for council to contact the OIA
Yes.
and discuss the particulars of this in order to try and understand a pathway forward.
Yes.
Yep, which
Yes.
all councillors would
Yes.
be. We can call the
Well,
OIA.
I think you better be specific to say that to clarify issues in relation to conflicts of interest.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's central to what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that procedural. Those in favour? No, I don't need one for the procedural. Oh, yeah. That's right. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr CEO, Mr Mayor and councillors, and all those that have joined back in on live stream. We apologise for the lengthy delay, but ultimately we'll endeavour to proceed on from here. I guess from here, I'm raising my concerns that that I would suggest it is in the Mayor's best interest to abstain from this vote and remove himself from the chamber as we vote on this matter, if for no better reason the perceived conflict of interest in your voting on the actions of your closely related party, who was central to this application initially, in forwarding the application, I believe without consideration of the council in terms of the attachment that was provided, stating that we had our intention was to do a residential housing subdivision, and I believe that arises at the very least a perceived conflict of interest, which I'm asking you to consider. Thank you.
Mr Chairman, the procedure then allows for... Mr Chairman, the procedure then allows for the subject councillor to provide a response. Section 353, if the councillor believes they do have a conflict, then they declare that and it's dealt with in the normal manner. If they believe they do not have a conflict, inform the meeting of that belief and the reasons, and then the non-conflicted councillors will determine the matter. So it's now for the Mayor to respond.
Thank you, councillors. I don't believe I do have a conflict of interest here. This was done, the application was done certainly without any consultation with me, and I was totally unaware until it came to the briefing session. So I dispute the fact that I have a conflict of interest here, and will obviously just abide by the decision of the table as to whether they believe I do or I don't, but certainly had no involvement in drafting or submitting the application and no knowledge of it.
Okay, I guess from here it's a matter of voting on those that believe there is a conflict. I think, Mr CEO, you're sort of assisting us somewhat through this as well, but my understanding is we'll put that to the vote.
Mr Acting Chair, do
Yes.
we get to speak to it or against it?
We'd have to probably refer to the policy on that.
In the normal circumstance, someone would propose one way or the other that the Mayor either does have a conflict or the Mayor does not have a conflict, and debate that in the normal manner.
Okay. Well, I maintain my position on the basis that I believe there is at the very least a perceived conflict of interest. The application itself was, I believe, was certainly not made available to councillors over 3 weeks ago when we considered it. And we held a meeting in a park where statements were made that probably indicated that there was... Actually, I'll stop there so I don't say things that I shouldn't. But that's my position on the perceived conflict. And anyone that want to speak in favour of the Mayor staying in.
Sorry, Mr Chairman, just for completeness, so you're proposing a motion that the Mayor does have a conflict of interest and should leave the meeting, yes, and you would seek a seconder for that?
I'm looking for okay, so it's not a procedural as such, it's
a resolution.
It's a resolution, okay. Well, that's the motion that I'm putting forward. As you've articulated it, Mr CEO. And I guess just to assist with that, the basis for the perceived conflict is that the Mayor's closely related party has been instrumental in the application that we now find out states that the Council's desire was to do a residential housing subdivision over Flinders Park Road Reserve in the event that it was successful in being converted by the department. And I believe now that we're about to debate another alternative motion that it would be in the best interest of the Council that the Mayor does not participate in that debate. Sorry, Justine, that's quite a mouthful, but that's effectively what...
Could I have something added to that? On your thing that we do it for all three motions, so we're not doing this every time?
Probably advice on that, probably seek advice on that, councillor Watson, to the CEO as to whether that's...
So each of the items has unique characteristics. If the council, if someone proposes that, that the mayor either does or doesn't have a conflict in all three items, that could be put, but it would require councillors to compute each of the circumstances of the three. It can be done that way or done individually. It was structured in the agenda that way, not anticipating a debate about conflict, but it was done so that each issue could be considered on its merit.
I'm just meaning in the regards to conflict of interest.
And the answer is yes, you can, if that helps.
Okay, so I guess there's a live motion there that's been articulated. It's still to be drafted, but if there's a seconder, if there's not, well, the motion falls over.
We're just dealing with one motion. We're not rolling all three into one.
No,
Yes.
I've
just copied and pasted the resolution box. What am I saying?
We're not going to include 11, 2 and 3?
I think it would be simpler to do one at a time.
Okay.
Are you looking for more information, Justine, or? Well, the motion probably needs to state more information, which I've articulated, but that Maryland has a real or at least perceived conflict of interest, and because of the close related party being the general manager, who was instrumental in the application to apply to close the Flinders Park Road Reserve.
Mr. Chairman, the terminology is declarable.
Declarable, okay.
It's a matter for councillors whether it's real or perceived or the like.
Okay.
The statutory terminology.
Happy with that, if that's what it is?
Conflict of interest.
I've just
Yep.
had a message come through, there's no audio again.
Should be. Did someone not have a microphone on?
This way.
I move that. Is there any appetite for a seconder?
Mr. Mayor, I will second the motion for the sake of debate to allow the mover to explain in full what he feels. opportunity to state their case at this point.
Thank you. Okay, anyone want to speak to the motion? Anyone want to speak against the motion?
Thank you, Mr Acting Chairman. I'm speaking against this motion today because I believe good governance lays on the foundation of great government processes. So in the process, we've sought and we've received some legal advice from those who are well versed in local government laws and acts. This advice stated that the Mayor does not have any type of conflict looking at the next 3 reports on the agenda. The Mayor himself believes that he does not have a conflict. He is also well versed in local government, being past director of a number of local governments and past CEO as well. And on that basis, I'm speaking against this, as I will take the legal advice and I will say that the Mayor does not have a conflict and should stay in the room for the next 3 reports. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone want to speak to the motion?
I will, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood.
Look, I'm just going to speak to this motion. I guess for me, it's if in doubt, stay out. And I've listened to the advice. There's been contradictory advice, one from the lawyers and one from the OIA, and so I'm not convinced. So I'm quite happy that I think that I'll take the safe route, and I'm going to vote for this motion that the Mayor remains out of the room.
Okay, any speakers against? Any?
Mr Deputy, I seconded the motion to allow debate on the matter. I won't be supporting the motion. We've, as previous councillor has said, we've sought advice from the OIA, and thank you for doing that in a preliminary state, and legal advice as well. Conflict of interest is a very sensitive situation, and we can't be blamed for being suspicious or even questioning where we all stand on this, because the day we think we've got it right, you've got it wrong. I've seen some situations here that have been quite difficult and yes, strained, and we are strained, let's face it, but we need to work through it and appreciate each other's opinions and why they have that opinion. In this case, we've sought advice, and I've weighed down on the second one, and I don't have any problem supporting that, but I will take each recommendation on its own. It has been a sensitive issue, and we're all very mindful of our position, and I believe we're all very mindful of the consequences if we get it wrong. So, Mr Mayor, Mr Deputy, although I seconded the motion, I believe you deserve the opportunity to say your piece, but I'm not in favour of the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mather. Well said. Well, in closing, in speaking for this motion, I believe, along the lines of Councillor Eastwood, if in doubt, walk out. I saw 180 people turn up who enlightened me on this process more than anything. And when I see who's involved in the process, I believe that there is sufficient evidence that it would be in the best interest of the community to remove that perception of any concerns of conflict. And for that reason, and yes, King & Co, which is we sought a legal opinion on, didn't believe there was a conflict. The OIA felt, that's for us is concerning. We would probably recommend that there is a conflict. I've sought advice from 2 other legal entities who felt that there was.
Just a point of order.
You certainly can.
The OIA can't actually offer any advice.
Excellent. Excellent
and
point.
So
from
you can't
Councillor
really
Watson.
say that because they can't actually give it to you.
Excellent comment from Councillor Watson. I'll reframe that. The OIA provided an opinion. They provided words that said, yes, we think on what you've said there could be a conflict. that's satisfactory for me, that I believe it would be in the best interest of the integrity of this council for the mayor not to persist, not to remain in for the item that's on the agenda next. So we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. We now hand back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, councillors, we're up to 11.1, which is the application to close Matthew Flinders Drive Road Reserve, otherwise known as Flinders Park. Pardon me, Mr. CEO, I'm going to go to you on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next few items on Council's agenda relate to the Flinders Park transaction and associated matters. Recently, I authorised the making of an application to close part of Matthew Flinders Drive Road Reserve, commonly known as Flinders Park. This was done to explore the prospects of residential development on what is pretty good real estate. If I had anticipated that making this application would be the catalyst for the chain of events that it has, then I would have approached things entirely differently. I regret that the proposal has caused considerable concern for a good number of people, both internally and publicly. I have apologised to councillors privately for causing such concern and do so again now publicly for all. The recommendations presented in sequence are intended to discontinue the earlier proposal and take steps to prevent a repeat. So turning to item 11.1, Mr. Chairman, does exactly that. It's deliberately structured to make it clear that residential development is not supported. The process will discontinue, and a separate process consistent with the petition that was considered earlier today and received by the council will be initiated to convert the property to Park Reserve or equivalent tenure.
Move, Mr. Mayor.
Just a question, Mr. CEO. Would the word resolves be better spent in that space? The council directs that. Unless somebody's being told to do something in a hurry. I've never seen that word used. Council resolves.
Use that term, Councillor Mather. I used the term directs deliberately.
Up to you.
Right, it's got a mover in Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the recommendation?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, anyone speaking against? Yep, Councillor Eastwood, the floor is yours.
Look, this is a common sense decision. I wish we'd never got here in the first place, but we have. And now we just got to make right what was obviously that the people stood up and spoke against. So I'm happy to vote for this one.
All right. I'll open the floor. Anyone else wish to make comment? Right, happy to go to the vote, councillors.
I'd like to speak, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm encouraged that we are at this point now. It hasn't been easy. It hasn't been an easy time. There's been things said. There's been things printed. A whole range of comments out there in social media. I made statements in the paper. I said that in some regard, the officer's role is to put stamps on envelopes, and it was the councillor's role to write the letters. I understand that for some staff, that would be extremely offensive and upsetting. In the context of why I said that, I maintain that position, but not because I disrespect the officers at all. I actually believe it's fundamentally important how they perform their jobs, because it's a job that I can't do, I'm not qualified to do. But it's critical that we separate those roles and that councillors don't interfere with officers in their functions, do not look over their shoulder constantly and question whether they're doing the right thing or not. And likewise, it's critical that councillors are the ones that make the decisions that are of a political nature or of an important nature in the community. The application that we came across after I sought it, which we didn't have when we were here 3 weeks ago, we didn't have the application to refer to inform us of our decision. I didn't have it. I don't know if anybody else had it. But my gosh, when we did have it, I thought, no, council does not wish to do a residential housing development on that plot of land. Why would we say that, that the council wants to do that? That's where I believe that there has been a blurring of the lines I do not blame anybody directly, but we need to understand our functions and our roles and where they start and where they stop. So that's why I'm glad that we are here now today, able to reconsider this, and the 180 people that attended that park rally. If we had held up the application on that morning where it said categorically that council wants to do a residential housing development, how would they have responded to that? That was the critical information that we needed to know as councillors at the earliest possible opportunity. We did not have that information. I'm glad now that we have all of the information and we can make, hopefully, a decision that reflects the will of the people, and we learn from this issue that we've been through. Thank you.
Councillor Friend, would you like to
Thank
close,
you.
unless there's any other comments from any other councillors? Councillor Friend, the floor is
Thanks,
yours.
Mr Mayor. After a privately organised public rally, it is noted that the residents of Cooey Bay would not consider anything less for this area except parkland. And as I said in the previous meeting, that I do not wish for beautiful peppermint gums to be felled. I'm disappointed, though, that the actual process of a council and the actual legitimate processes could not have occurred in an orderly fashion, being that it would have come back to public consultation and a council decision for any development. But I do agree with this report and I endorse it completely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, the debate is now closed. Councillors, we'll go to the vote. Move it, Councillor Friend, second Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 11.2, Mr CEO, please.
Chairman, we just have to test if there's going to be the raising of conflict of interest matter.
Right, okay. So the recommendation is the delegation granted to the Chief Executive Officer to make applications for permanent road closure be amended to expand the current delegation condition added by Council Resolution on the 20th of June 2019 to remove any doubt that the condition only applies to applications made by third parties requiring Council to complete Part C, Form LA30, as the road manager. For the avoidance of doubt, applications for permanent road closure made as a local authority do not require Council resolution. Add a new condition, point 2, to the same delegation that restricts its exercise for making any application to permanently close any road reserve that is used for another public purpose, for example, a public park or recreation area, whether named or not, without a resolution of Council. Now, councillors, are there any discussions around potential conflicts of interest here? All right.
I think Councillor Watson's moving the recommendation, but I think the first matter to determine is anyone raising a conflict issue?
Yep. I noted Councillor Watson was going to prepare to move. I'm going back to the conflict of interest point now.
Just a question, Mr Mayor. While we've just come out of one muddle, this coming on top of it, I'm just wondering if we're ready for it, that we understand what it means.
Well, perhaps we can get the...
Because I know that councils aren't required to do part. Okay.
Yep. So is anyone raising any conflicts of interest with relation to this one? All right, Mr CEO, would you like to walk us through this one, please?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The intention of the recommendation is twofold. The first is to eliminate any doubt that relates to the current delegation and its application, which is, as I say, explained in the reports of 20 June 2019, that it does only apply to third-party applications requiring the completion of Part C. But I thought it was important, given that the wording might be in the current little box that's in the table might be open to interpretation. Recommendation 1 is that we expand that to clarify its 2019 intent and that is preserved. Secondly then, that a new condition is added that prevents a repeat of the 11.1 scenario where any application to close a road reserve that might be used for a park or any other community purpose, whether named or not, has to have a resolution of the council. So there will be 2 conditions for the Section 99 delegation in future. One will be expanded to clarify its intent. The second will introduce a new condition that will prevent a repeat of the circumstances that led to 11.1.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Mather, does that satisfy you? Or you want some more detail around that?
Well, I would have liked to work through this one at a later date, Mr Mayor. Because it's like a knee-jerk reaction.
You need your microphone on, Councillor.
It's like a knee-jerk reaction. While members are coming to terms with what's transpired, the sequence of events, and we're getting that. What we're now doing, saying we're going to correct all these things that we've done wrong or misinterpreted or whatever. I'm just wondering whether everybody understands this, because I know that Area C, yeah, well, Councillor might, but I think there was a misinterpretation of a number of things during this last few weeks. And I just want to be very sure we don't go and patch up something we're going to muddle into again. And adding more words to something like this when it's clear, I just worry about that, Mr Mayor, whether it's necessary.
All right, thank you.
Because I know that Section C, we don't have to do that. We don't have to add that. So I'm just not too sure whether I need to support that at this stage.
All right. Well, we've got a mover in Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Friend. Notwithstanding your concerns, Councillor Mather, I'm going to go to Councillor Watson, see if he wants to speak to the recommendation first.
I'm fine, Mr Mayor.
All right. Anyone speaking against?
Mr Chair, but I'd like to foreshadow an alternate motion in the event that this one is lost, that given what we've been through, I believe it would be prudent to withdraw the delegation completely, and that any road reserve applications to close, whether it be from an external party or that council is choosing to initiate, that it is determined by the councillors. And that way it clearly states that council will decide whether applications proceed or not, whether they be external or internal, and it could be reviewed after 12 months to see how the efficiency of that has worked.
Would that be a foreshadowed motion from the member, Mr Mayor?
It's a foreshadowed motion, Councillor Mather, yeah.
I just asked a question, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood?
I guess it was Michael Creedon, I guess, or maybe the CEO. How many applications for permanent road closures go through that don't come to the table? Because we often see them coming to the table, so I actually thought most of them came to the table. So are there many that don't?
Mr Chairman, the ones that councillors see are generally from third parties. My understanding is we do about a dozen a year administratively, where we might be straightening roads or doing other, road works in areas where we've got roads off alignment or the like, and we're tidying up things, but I believe it's about a dozen a year.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll speak for this. I'm very comfortable in endorsing this particular resolution because these amendments are quite good, especially number 2, add a new condition to the same delegation that restricts its exercise for making any application to permanently close any road reserve that is used for another public purpose. For example, a public park or recreational area, whether named or not, without a council resolution. And I believe that this particular point 2 of the notice of motion is really what says it all, in that Councillor Bello has foreshadowed a motion in different wording. So I believe that this is succinct and will be a good addition to these delegations. And these delegations, councillors, let me remind you, were passed in April of this year on the yearly basis review unanimously by every councillor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Another opportunity for anyone to speak against.
I'll speak against, Mr Mayor. Look, I just asked my last question. There's only 12 a year that go through without having to come to the table. That's one every council meeting. So I'm quite happy, and I think it would be prudent for every road closure to actually come to the table. And I would ask that my colleagues respect that and vote for it.
Thank you. All right, anyone else speaking for?
We do have one item on the agenda for a application for a road closure. That's exactly the sort of matter we need to have at this table because it's got prickles on it.
All right. Councillor Swaddling.
Yes, I was just speaking for the motion. I think it's pretty well self-explanatory in relation to what is required here. We're not reinventing the wheel, I suppose, totally, but we're going back through the process and looking at how clearly we can identify the issues that have over the past few weeks. And by reading the officer's recommendation, I think it clearly stipulates that, particularly in relation to closures and road closures and parks or not, or named not. So yes, I'm supporting it.
All right, thank you. Councillors, I'm going to vote in support of the recommendation because, notwithstanding the comments from Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Bello, I'm loath to get bogged down in administrivia from time to time. A lot of these ones, these 12 that the CEO refers to, I think are fairly straightforward ones, Mr. CEO. The ones that come to council are potentially a little bit more controversial. Is that how it works?
Typically the one that's on today's agenda, because it's a third party and
Yep.
all of those come to the council.
Yep.
The council ones, the council ones, as we say, that there's processed routinely. The intention of this resolution is to avoid a circumstance that we've just experienced recently where that wasn't necessarily a routine transaction.
Yep, thank you. All right, Councillor Watson, did you want to wrap up on this one?
Look, I just think it's time we went along with it, just voted for it, quite frankly.
All right, so you want to put it to the vote?
Yes, please.
All right. All right. Councillor Bello, your light is on.
Yeah, well, I foreshadowed a motion, I didn't get to speak to it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah. No, I haven't had a chance to speak to this, but I made the table aware of a foreshadowed motion. It's probably fairly clear that we're really unsure at times with these delegations that, yes, we all unanimously voted for. But I reckon there's a real good chance here today that one of those delegations is going to be recalibrated to ensure that we never get put into that position that the council is actually the ones that are answerable to the people. We're the ones that get the phone calls and we're the ones who get the criticism for the decisions we make, and we must be very mindful and conscious of the delegations that we sign off on. Because you've got to understand your signatures at the bottom of those applications. Your signatures there. Any delegation that is acted out, that is delegated by the council to the CEO, it's being acted out in your name. That's the extent of the power of the delegation. I believe it would be a good demonstration in order to move the council forward and demonstrate to the community that we are community focused here and we are going to go the extra mile to bring every road reserve application, whether it's external or internal, into the realm of this council chamber, so it's fully transparent, fully accountable, and the community, I believe, would support that. So that's why I'm not supporting the minor tweak, which I think is a great step, and I actually won't be that disappointed if it is the change, but I believe we can go further, and for good reason. Thank you.
All right, councillors, we've got a move of Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Friend for 11.2. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. 11.3, an independent review of proposed Flinders Park transaction. Mr. CEO, I'll go to you on this one again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think one of the councillors made an observation earlier today that there's been a lot said and done about this particular transaction over the last number of weeks. And some of that has added clarity for people, some of that has not. My recommendation to the council is that there is a chronicle of the sequence of events over the last little while for the public record, in order that what has been said and done is clear for everyone to see, so we can understand those processes, and if there are other steps to take beyond that to avoid a repeat, then we do so. That's recommendation 1. Recommendation 2, my experience with investigations is they can get a little beyond you if you're not careful. So I'm suggesting that the first step be that we engage someone who talks to a handful of people at a preliminary level to develop what I call a right-back brief, but a scope of works, so that we properly understand exactly what's being done and what that's likely to cost before we embark on the exercise.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any matters in relation to conflict of interests on this one?
Yes, Mr Chairman, I'd share the same concerns that I raised earlier in relation to this report, calling for an independent investigation over the processes that have occurred, on the grounds that I believe a close related party to yourself, being the General Manager, is certainly has orchestrated an application that will be subject to question, potentially, and I believe it would be in the best interest for you not to participate in the vote. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we'll determine that matter first.
Yes, Mr Mayor, so if you're stepping aside,
Yep.
the Deputy Mayor will assume the chair, and I guess he's proposing that motion?
Yep, not proposing that. I mean, but mindful that my understanding is that the person can stay in the room as long as they don't have influence. So if there's not the need to have lengthy debate about it, you can always just put the motion to, and but that's not to decide, of course.
We often do these things informally. The intention is that it's put to a proper vote. I think this probably warrants a proper vote. So if you're proposing and you invite a seconder and get the debate underway?
Yes, like I propose that.
And a seconder?
Consistent with previous concerns or reasons. Appear there's a seconder there in Councillor Eastwood. I don't need to say a whole lot more, I don't believe, but I believe we give the Mayor the opportunity, or Mr Mayor, you're comfortable to stay in the room, is that?
Comfortable to stay in the room. I don't
Okay.
feel the need to address this at all.
Okay, no, that's, thank you. Anyone want to speak against the motion?
Thank you, Mr Chair. As I said earlier, having sought advice and received it through reputable legal minds and means, this advice told us that the Mayor does not have a conflict in this matter for these 3 reports. Also, 2, any delegations were made under the CEO's delegations, so therefore I am speaking against this. Thank you.
Any speakers for?
Well, I'm going to speak for this, Mr Acting Mayor. I find that this is even more important than the number 1 one, because it's talking about an independent review of actually what's happened over the last month. And I just think that it'd be in the interest of council, and particularly the Mayor, that if he left the room and wasn't part of this process. And so I'm pretty strong on this one, so if anyone wants to support that, I ask that you do.
Okay, any speakers against? Or any speakers for, I should say.
Well, now you've confused me, Mr Deputy.
Now back to any speakers against. Councillor Maida, you're allowed to.
I'm against this one. The advice that came through less than an hour ago was this matter is to initiate an investigation. And the advice was that there is no conflict in that regard. If the person, the subject of the query, were to participate in the investigation, that would be a very different matter. So I'm going contrary to the recommendation.
Okay, any further speakers? We'll put it to the vote. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? The motion is lost. Hand over to you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. So, councillors, you've got the recommendation before you. Do we have a mover and a seconder? Thank you. Mover. I'm happy to move. Councillor Watson, you're seconding. You're okay. You're moving. Councillor Swadling seconding. Righto. Councillor Watson, do you want to speak to the recommendation?
I just believe that if after what's happened, that we should have a review, and I'm happy that it's independent simply because of it's independent. It's not being done in house, and there's transparency.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against?
Oh, yes, Mr Mayor, I'll speak against. I definitely believe that there should be a review. I always get troubled with independent reviews in relation to anything like this. If it's paid by council, I remember as a police officer for years, when we're getting a bit of strife, you know, like it was in-house. We had in-house internal investigations, and there was always a lot of criticism about in-house internal investigations because obviously the police didn't want to look bad. They wanted to look after their own. And I just think that when we say independent, I'd much rather see this go to maybe another authority that's maybe a governance authority that might be able to step in rather than a council-paid independent inquiry.
Right. Thank you. Councillor
I have a question, Mr Mayor, to the CEO. When it's stated independent, could you clarify what independent means and who may be undertaking this?
Yes, independent meaning not undertaken by the council organisation, as Councillor Eastwood contemplated. There are a number of, regrettably, an increasing number of firms who provide these services. So there would be a consultant under another name, but professional investigators who do this sort of thing. We generally seek out the ones with local government experience and background, but we'll get some quotes on all of those things. We'll keep councillors up to speed, and the first task, as we say in the recommendation, is to assemble a scope of works that the councillors will be asked to approve.
Thanks, Mr CEO.
Anyone speaking against?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather?
Strictly against, Mr Mayor. Very strongly against. There's no way in the world I'll be paying $20,000 to $30,000 of hard ratepayers' money when I can't get gravel on my roads, just because we need clarification. We've been given, certainly I've been given, nothing by way of paperwork except in the agenda today to say what the situation is, who's done what and when, and who knew what and when. You know, we're in the dark. And we're prepared to spend $20,000 to $30,000 for someone to come in to tell us what we should know already. And I have to say, Mr CEO, you have been remiss in that area. Had we been given this information, all of it, every little bit, so we could go through it, put it in chronological order and determine who did what. They may not be as bad as we thought. But there's no way in the world I'm handing out ratepayers' money to tell us what we should already know.
Thank you.
And I would like to see this council or the CEO organise a meeting for us, provide us with all the necessary paperwork, all the relevant paperwork that surrounds this matter, so we can adultly stand in line and talk about these matters, filter them out, dissect what's truth and what's not truth. Then we'll really have done our job. Because at the moment we're ready to hand over money for someone else to come and do it for us. We created this problem as a council and we should fix it for nothing.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. I'm just going to open the floor. Any other comments, councillors?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll just make a comment for this particular resolution in the fact that an external investigation is appropriate, and I will just go back to Councillor Eastwood's comments that internal investigations in the police force of those times caused more issues than not. So this external investigation is important. There has been very strong commentary around the certain council officers about questioning, you know, what they can do, what they can't do. And in fact, Councillor Bello mentioned it today, just before, that he said that he still agrees that council officers should lick the stamps and not write the letters. Well, we need this external investigation to bring all of that information to the table for Councillor Mather and for all of us to understand the processes that occurred in this such divisive time we've been in the last 2 weeks. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Bello.
Ah, dear. I guess I'll probably hear those, or never live those comments down potentially. And perhaps I would have been better to say, now that Councillor Friend has been good enough to raise it, I guess context is very important if we're going to talk about things that we say, and it's easy to take them out of context. Perhaps I could have said that delegations are for the important things, including the intrinsically political things, are to be kept to the primary legislation. The delegated legislation is for the detail, it's for the machinery. That's why I made the comments. I'll accept the criticisms that come my way. I have the highest regard for the officers, and that's why I won't be supporting this independent investigation, which could cost $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 potentially. I do concur with Councillor Eastwood. It would be far better to put it in the hands of a statutory body that is the actually only truly independent entities that exist within the Local Government Act and local government world in Queensland. He who pays the piper plays the tune. Will the public have confidence in an independent investigation? For me, the pub test would say no. Now, if those comments offend some people, I'll have to accept that as well. But I maintain that it's best to be truly independent, to go to those statutory bodies, whether it be the OIA or the CCC or whatever. That's where I believe it would be better. Not an independent investigation paid for by council to investigate council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Swaddling.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this as investigation, because I believe externally it needs to be in these situations. And, you know, in my time, I've conducted interviews, I've conducted investigations. I'm looking at terms of references around those investigations, externally, internally, for separate bodies. But what it does do is breed a transparency effect through everywhere, that no one's going to escape what they said, he said, or whatever who said. I think it's important that the public feel confident that we can go forward and be challenged by an independent person, whether it be a statutory or whether it be someone else who's been appointed. I think we owe it to our residents that we get it right, and I think having an independent review on what's transpired, to me, just makes simple sense to move forward in this process. So yes, I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Before we go to Councillor Watson to wrap up, I'm going to speak in support of the motion too, councillors. I think it's critical that the community has confidence in council, and I think that confidence probably needs to be restored. And I would draw your attention to point 2 in the recommendation, that the appointed investigator undertake preliminary inquiries and assemble a scope of works for approval by resolution of council in the first instance. If, once those scope of works come back to the table, you are concerned about the cost of it, you have the opportunity to stop it then and there. So I would be interested, first of all, to see our community's confidence restored in council by commissioning the scope of works, but then we have the opportunity to pull it up if we're not satisfied. Councillor Watson, do you want to wrap up?
No, thank you. It's all good.
All right. All right, councillors, we'll close debate. We've got a mover, Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Swaddling. All in favour? Those against? Motion's carried.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to put a motion forward and have the asking that the CEO provide all councillors with all relevant material pertaining to this matter.
Well, you'll need to do that in urgent business, Councillor Mather. Right.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to be excused for the meeting. I have to have a medical appointment.
Of course.
And I've asked you to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our very best to your father. 11.4, councillors, is the monthly financial report for the period ending 31st of July. Welcome back to the table, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, I'm presenting the first monthly financial report for the new financial year. It should also be acknowledged that there are still a number of different year-end accounting entries that are being completed, which will affect the results, largely around revenue accruals being required to be posted back into the previous financial year. So overall, the operating revenue and expenditure are both within budget expectations. Fees and charges are slightly above year-to-date budget. That's largely due to the accruals for infringements that are yet to be posted back to the prior financial year. Within sales revenue, there is a timing difference between the invoices that are raised for RMPC works. That's just a timing difference on that one. And in regards to operating grants and subsidies, it's largely a timing difference, although it's noted that $128,000 has been received for SFC funding in July. Interest earnings have already exceeded the first monthly budget forecast expectations, but it is fairly consistent with previous months and also reflective of higher cash rate holdings at present. Overall, year-to-date results for operating expenditure is within budget expectations. There are no trends emerging on that front at this stage. Total cash held remains strong at just over $97 million, with about $37 million being externally restricted. So that's for funds that we've specifically received from external sources for specific purposes, generally capital. The high increase in receivables reflects the half-yearly rates that have been levied for half-yearly rates, as well as the last quarter water consumption bills, which are due on the 30th of August. The decrease in payables is expected as adjustments made for any amounts that are owing to suppliers or goods or services that are received this year that relate to the previous financial year. In regards to outstanding rates, excluding the current levy, it's at about $3.4 million, and that's reflective of 769 out of nearly 18,300 rateable assessments that are under management. We have ramped up efforts to review our agreement to pay and the pensioner agreement to pay in line with policy, so we've progressed those. Total borrowings are slightly up because interest is accrued on a monthly basis and debt service repayments are made quarterly. So the first one for this financial year will be due next month. In regards to our spend, we've actually invested 34% of our spend in the month of July with businesses located within the Shire boundaries. In capital revenue, infrastructure charges are in line with budget, and we are doing continual work on reviewing outstanding infrastructure charges, so the development team are progressing that particular work. In project expenditure, prior to the finalisation of accruals, is at 2% of the full year budget, but there is just over $18 million of work that has been committed, predominantly for projects that are expected to be completed within this current financial year. So that is just a high-level summary. I'm happy to take any questions from councillors on the monthly financial report.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Andrea, I just have two questions today. I've scaled it back. So on page 70, down the end of the page, bottom of the page, we've got ageing of rates receivable at month's end. I'm just need you to clarify, total rates outstanding, 45 plus million, less current levy, 42 million. So would you just explain the levy itself at 42 million?
So that is what we've just levied,
Yes.
that is not yet due. So
Right.
that's in the system as being owed to council. So
Yes.
because it was levied in the system with an issue date of the 31st of July, so it's made the July accounts,
Sure.
but it's not yet due and payable. So we've just backed that out, saying the actual true amount that is eligible for collection, which the current levy is not,
Yes.
is $3.4 million.
Gotcha. Thank you very much for clarifying that. The second one is on page 77. It talks about a tender for Woodbury Water Treatment Plant clarifier rake replacement. Now, it says the tender was given to Repump Australia for $386,705 ex-GST. Does this include contingency? In the past, we've had officers come back to the table requesting more money to include a contingency, and I just wanted to double check that.
We can take it as a question on notice, but usually those types of provisional amounts will be included in the contract sums. We can provide the councils with the detail on the breakdown of that should you require it.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Through the chair, do we have, or have we got anything back from Spurs or state government at all in relation to Spurs, outstanding Spurs? For instance, fines, etc.
Yeah, I don't have a specific percentage or a dollar value amount, so they are generally pretty good at their recoveries for council. So it is continually monitored by officers.
Okay, thanks.
And for members of the community wondering what SPURS does, SPURS is the state agency that manages council's outstanding fines, revenues. So when parking fines, for example, become overdue, council passes those over to SPURS for recovery. It's not handled in-house. Okay, any other questions of the CFO, councillors? Councillor Mather.
Not directly, but the asset sustainable ratio, it makes mention of it in the, where are we? In the, further in the report, Mr Mayor, and I might wait till we go to that until I raise it. I just wanted to know if there was a relationship between the audit comment and the ASO.
All right. Madam CFO, did you want to talk to that now or later?
So I will just highlight with the asset sustainability ratio under the new sustainability framework, our target has actually dropped from 90%, which is what the amount we have in our current report, down to 80%. So we'll fix that up in next month's report.
Yeah, we were talking about that anyway, but they said it was a bit high, didn't they? We thought it was a bit high.
Yes, so for our tier of council, which will be tier 4, it will reduce from 90% down to 80%. So that will become our new target for the asset sustainability ratio moving forward.
It's just, maybe you'd like to wait till we get to that page and to the audit risk, etc.
Sure.
On page 136, it makes reference to our infrastructure and how we're going to manage it in the future. So will that alter the ASO ratio? ASR? Is there any relationship that would have to be, that there's nothing that we need to concern ourselves with at this point?
So the asset sustainability ratio under the new framework will be one of 3 metrics to understand how council is managing its assets. It has been acknowledged by the department and QEO that the asset sustainability ratio by itself is probably a little bit insufficient to tell the whole story. So there'll be the asset renewal funding ratio, which will look at how council is investing in its renewal of its asset base compared to what it's planning to do in its asset management plans. And I think that's a really good one, and looking forward to pulling all of that together down the future. And the other one is the asset consumption ratio, which looks at the value of the asset. So how quickly, or what the percentage of its overall asset stock is wearing out. And on that particular one, the work that we've done, we're actually doing quite well. So we're exceeding the target of that, which the target is 60%, and now we're achieving about 70% on that.
Thanks, Andrea. So where they, on 7.4 draft asset management plans, where they make reference to whether we're doing that, does that information from the ASR go across to the audit committee to let them know that?
So the information, so you're referring to the asset management plans that were presented to the audit committee, which will be in report 11.9. So that information does form part of the overall picture of how we plan for and invest in the renewal of our existing asset base. So it will influence it, but there's not a direct.
So they do get the information that goes across there.
So the asset management plan informs our budget. And the projects that we do around investing in our renewal of assets, and that part informs the asset sustainability ratio.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Just a quick question from me, Andrea. In relation to our end of financial year statements for the 30th of June, I notice a lot of those, the accounting standards basically say that because the financial assistance grants have now been received, we have to put that in the current financial year. So how is that going to impact us going forward?
So the trick will be the continued prepayment of the next year's financial assistance grant, which should minimise the impact. Should there be a decision to not prepay the next financial year's portion of the financial assistance grant, that will have a negative impact on whatever that catch-up year will be. So budget work that I'm already doing on the first budget review this year, I'm basing it around that the continuation of the prepayment will occur.
Okay, thank you. All right, councillors, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swaddling. Councillor Friend, do you want to speak to the recommendation? We happy to go to the vote on this, councillors? Councillor Bello? Okay. All in favour? Thank you very much. Carried unanimously. 11.5 is a proposal to replace the debt recovery policy. Again, over to you, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, we're actually proposing to replace the debt recovery policy with a procedural document, and the real driver behind this is the current policy refers to it giving procedural direction. So it doesn't actually set the strategic intent or council's strategic policy position on debt recovery. That's already contained within our revenue policy, which has already been adopted by council. So there's that side in mind, but we're also seeking council to endorse the debt recovery procedure as part of this resolution. So the updates to the policy document or the procedure was to align the document with the intent of the existing policy framework. It also looks at resolving a couple of internal audit actions around infrastructure charges and the management of infrastructure charges when they become due and payable and transferred over to sundry debtors to manage. And also expanding the breadth of the scope to trade waste as infrastructure, as I've just mentioned. So officers have worked collaboratively with several internal teams to better align with their internal workflows as those debts are transferred over to the debtors team or the revenue team to appropriately manage.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Questions, councillors? Can I get a mover and a seconder so debate can happen? Move Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Swaddling. Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to this one?
Mr Mayor, only to say that, well, yeah, look through it and it seems to just be a little bit more concise and sort of, yeah, it makes things a little bit easier to understand, so thanks.
Right, thank you. Anyone speaking against? We happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All right. So we've got a mover, Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Swaddling. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Back to you again, Madam CFO, for 11.6, Rural Fire Levy.
Thank you, Chair. So, councillors, I'm also proposing to repeal another policy. This is in regards to the Rural Fire Levy policy. So, in consultation with the Area Director for Rural Fire Services, it was identified that the council policy is superfluous to the requirements that are currently specified in the Rural Fire Brigade Management Rules and Manual. The RFS has considered that these documents are sufficient for the processing of the reimbursement of the Rural Fire Levy to each of the Rural Fire Brigades, and it is more prudent for brigades to engage an independent auditor outside of council.
Thank you. So in essence, this has become redundant anyway. All right. Can I get a mover and a second, please? Move Councillor Swaddling, seconded Councillor Eastwood. You want to talk to this one, Councillor Swaddling?
No, it's pretty much straightforward. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, through yourself. To Andrea, has QFIS arranged any alternative access to an auditor free of charge for those rural fire brigades whose annual income is less than 10,000K?
That's not the role of council to understand that.
Okay, so we don't know. At one stage, years ago, a council were able to order those rural fire brigades that had a lesser income. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now on page 108, it states that they must obtain an external auditor who is not a fire brigade member, but it doesn't say anything about local government. It doesn't say that council can't be an auditor.
So they do have requirements around who can be an auditor, so they would need to hold the appropriate qualifications. One of the things in terms of doing an audit is to make sure that you've got the appropriate levels of independence. So, for example, I would be unable to fulfil any of those audit requirements for any of those brigades because I generally sign off on the documentation to approve the payments to the rural fire brigades. Yeah.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Happy to go to the vote? All right, so we're going to move a Councillor Swaddling, seconded Councillor Eastwood, all in favour. Carried unanimously. 11.7, contracting exceptions. Welcome to the table, Dennis. Madam CFO.
So, councillors, I was providing two words there. Annually, council reviews its purchasing requirements to assess if there are any goods or services that require any exceptions to the quotation or tender requirements in the Local Government Act. So Dennis and his amazing team have done an extensive and thorough job on reviewing all of those requirements. And if you have any particular questions, Dennis will be able to answer those for any of the individual suppliers.
Any questions, councillors? It's a comprehensive list, but I think the explanations there are very
Just
good.
one question, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather.
On page 116, halfway down, just a little bit more than halfway down, INFOR. Who is he? Sole Supplier Pathway.
INFOR, is that?
INFOR.
Yeah, that's the sole supplier of the pathway. Sorry, that one is our sole supplier pathway, which is our software system that we use. So,
Everybody here's pretty well much sole
Yeah.
supplier, aren't
Yeah.
they? Yes. No, well, I just
yeah,
thought,
yeah.
I thought he might have been a phantom.
No, as I said, they've all got these funny names these days.
Thank,
Happy to move, Mr Chair, if
Thank you.
the absence of anyone else.
Seconded, councillor Swadling. Just wait for Justine to catch up with us. All good. Did you want to speak to the recommendation,
No, just
councillor
to
Belloc?
say that I appreciate the report. Thank you.
Happy to go to the vote, councillors. Moved councillor Bellow, seconded councillor Swadling. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Dennis? Eleven eight is the operational plan for 22-23, the quarter four performance report. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Council's operational plans are intended to measure how the organisation is progressing actions in the financial year towards achieving the corporate plan. So this particular one is closing out quarter four of last financial year. So out of 74 performance measures, there were 41 items that were completed. 7 are on track for delivery in line with their anticipated completion dates. 21 have been identified that are whilst in progress or at various stages of planning will need to be rescheduled for completion later, and 5 were identified to be completely deferred into this current financial year for completion. I did a review of the items that were not completed as we had expected, and there's probably about 3 main themes. So internal resource limitations for a whole variety of reasons. So whether there's hard to fill roles or whether there's competing priorities. So that's the first limitation to completing some of these actions. There are quite a number of external delays that are outside of the control of council where we're waiting on decisions from other parties. So the Reconciliation Action Plan, for example, the waste strategy was also adopted by council later in the financial year than what we had anticipated. And then the third one is around market responsiveness. So we've seen that in the low number or nil submissions at all in regards to biosolids, and also in regards to external consultant availability. So they're also becoming a little more scarce because there is such a volume of work out there available to get consultants to undertake some work for us as we had anticipated.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? I'm happy to move. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Swadling, thank you. Happy to go to the vote, councillors? You got a question?
No, I just want to make a statement, if
course.
that's all right, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
I just want to say on page 119, when we look at the status of planned activities, I have to give a big shout out under Natural Livingstone to our natural resource management team, the whole team. They're a small bunch of staff working and punching well above their weight, and it's important that they're acknowledged because they're delivering 19 projects. They've already completed 15 with only 4 rescheduled, and so they do work very, very hard to keep our beautiful coastline and our area intact. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Friend. All right. So we have a mover and myself, seconded councillor Swadling. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And 11.9, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting. Madam CFO again.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, these are the committee meeting minutes for the meeting held virtually on the 19th of June. So in terms of their meeting schedule, the committee meets 4 times a year. So 2 are virtual meetings through Teams and 2 will be in person over the 12-month period. It was a fairly routine program of work, although it was quite a heavy load within the agenda, and it covered a variety of financial management reporting, asset management topics, some matters in regards to audit, risk, internal controls and performance reports, but all in accordance with the program of work. The second part of the resolution is that we're seeking Council to approve the revised 3-year strategic internal audit plan. The purpose of the revised program is to focus on the quality of the audits and not the quantity of audits. That means a greater depth in a fewer areas that are subject to internal audit, rather than doing a lighter touch over a higher number of areas.
Thank you. So move Councillor Eastwood, second it please. Councillor Friend, thank you. Just a very quick question, just as a confirmation question really, Madam CFO. The Audit Committee's obviously endorsed the revised audit plan and recommending it to Council, I see from the report, so I think that's always a matter of comfort. All right, happy to go to the vote. Councillor Friend.
I have a question. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Andrea. So on page 155, I'm just a bit concerned because I noticed that at the top it said confidential commercial in confidence, and it's been publicised on our website in an open forum. How does this stand if it's confidential? At the top of page 155. Confidential, commercial in confidence.
So you're referring to the strategic internal
yes.
audit plan. So at the end of the day, I think it should be, I don't think that this particular report meets any of the reasons to have items being made confidential in an ordinary meeting. There are no commercial matters in regards to this. This is probably, that disclosure is probably more in relation to the commercial nature of our engagement with Pacifica. However, it does not provide any detailed financial information around the consulting company.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. We've got a Councillor Eastwood moving, Councillor Friend seconding. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Madam CFO. Did you want a five-minute break, Councillor Mather? All right. You're moving a procedural motion? All right. All in favour? Okay. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Right, sorry. Procedural motion to resume to the right. All in favour? Thank you. 11, Livingstone Shire Council submission to Whopper of Great Kepple Island Draft Master Plan. So, you want down to you on this one? Okay, welcome to the table on that one.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. The draft Whopper Great Keppel Island Master Plan 2023 was released for public consultation by the Queensland Government on the 10th of July this year, with public submissions to close on the 21st of August this month. A draft submission has been attached for consideration for councillors for today's meeting. The recommendation is that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to make a submission to the Queensland Government on the draft Whopper Great Keppel Island Master Plan 2023, consistent with feedback received on the draft submission presented for councillors.
Thank you, Melissa. Afternoon again, Mayor and councillors. Officers have reviewed the draft master plan from the point of view of what they believe is missing, what potentially could be supported, the level of certainty surrounding the items incorporated within the draft master plan, and I also actually have a copy of it here if any of the councillors wish to have a look at it. Any actions, implications for council, development impacts and opportunities, planning, serviceability, land management, investment, tourism and employment. There was a number of common themes that shone through in relation to that review, and those common themes for the officers were the infrastructure, water, power, sewer, the land uses and development, the land use again and pest management on the island, which has been a bit of a topic of late, and some other general items in there. So the draft master plan does highlight the need for upgrading to existing facilities on the island, for those infrastructure items that I just suggested, and some of those we agree are an immediate priority. And as most of the services on the island are currently beyond capacity and serviceability, the sewer issue is one of those. Excuse me. In terms of the land use development and Livingstone planning scheme, the broad use intends for development to be located on areas that are already cleared, not actually clearing any further areas, and also creating a conservation park over a majority of Lot 21, which is the former Tower Holdings site. Some of these I'm just simply paraphrasing these for the conversation. In terms of the land care and pest management, the draft master plan does go into a bit about the feral goat management issue, and subsequent integrated bushfire management plans, and also weed management strategies as a result of that. So I guess in summary, in terms of the submission that we're proposing, is the current user infrastructure on the island is either at end of life, non-existent or unusable, and also we would also like to see incorporated as part of the infrastructure how you actually physically get onto the island. So if you get off a boat onto the shore or by aircraft. A copy of the draft letter has been circulated to all councillors for a review, and we're happy to take questions.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move this also. I have two small questions. The first one, and I read the whole thing, and look, I thought the submission's just spot on. Why, though, have we recommended a conservation park rather than a national park?
Thank you for your question. The issue of tenure and the reserve status on Great Keppel is a matter for the state. So in the draft master plan, it does nominate the conservation park, and that may be to give opportunity for things to happen within the larger part of Great Keppel Island, whereas a national park, you can't do a lot of things other than walk around and look at things. Yes. So there might be some opportunities for conservation, but we're not, I suppose, privy to that at the moment because the state have not confirmed exactly what that is.
Sure.
Yeah.
And just to add to that, national parks are generally allocated to areas of high significant environmental value or for research or scientific purposes.
Thank you very much for clarifying that for me. My second question was understanding that as a local government entity, we stand alone in this area, but was there any requirement of our council to liaise with the Saltwater Corporation Whopper Native Title Committee in relation to this submission?
Councillor, I attend the reference group for the master plan, and the entity that you just spoke about attended the meeting last Thursday, and are being brought up to speed by the state on the process, because I understand they're quite a new introduced to the project.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Any other questions? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Melissa, or Greg, the roads there, you could lose a Volkswagen in any of them at any time. There's no reference here that I could see. They talk about walking tracks and things like that, but you know, we've got a big risk there with you can't even walk on the roads. So where does that sit?
So currently most of the all the road reserves on the island are unformed. I suppose walking tracks is probably...
They had been formed and they've just been falling apart bit by bit.
I think that issue will resolve itself in time once the issues of tenure and proposed locations for tenure is resolved. That will be part of the final plan that will come out.
Is that state land, Melissa?
The road reserve on the island.
The roads. Are they on Crown land?
Yes, they are.
They're not our responsibility.
No, they're all Crown land. I can get you a map and show you.
Well, we need to know it, because if we haven't flagged it yet, we need to let them know that the 25 mil is not going to go very far, because that'll gobble up the roads alone, and that's not the plan. But we need to make them aware that that's still sitting in abeyance.
Happy to take that on notice.
Yeah,
and we'll come back to you.
thanks, Greg.
Yeah, I guess, through the chair, reading the master plan and the amount of money that they've allocated falls far short. By putting our proposal through, in particular around those key infrastructures around toilets, sewage and whatever, power, etc. I think that's the focus. I think it's going to be. I'd be interested to find out exactly what monies are going to come available as it happens to bring us where we need to be on GKI. But certainly the monies that's been allocated is far short of what needs to happen. The road networks, as you indicated before, potentially are going to be a real concern, particularly around emergency and just general use for tourism. So yes, it will be interesting to see how that comes as we move forward.
Any other questions?
Yeah, another question, Mr Chair. I'm probably just looking for guidance on how, or as yet, has there been a circuit breaker in terms of the sewage treatment plant conundrum that exists over there, that's been identified as the #1 priority above all other priorities that have come out through this master planning process? I understand there was a meeting with the CEO and the Mayor following the Thursday's reference group meeting. Is there been anything proposed? How do we see that moving forward? And what role will council be either expected or determining to play in that role?
If I can, Mr Chairman, yes, indeed there was a meeting with state officials following the project reference group meeting. A couple of things that got talked about. One was that shift from the #1 priority being about access to the #1 priority being about wastewater treatment. The Queensland Government officials were going to the island on Friday. We haven't circled back to them yet to find out what may or may not have happened as a result of that, but they were certainly meeting with the business operators on the island on Friday, and that was high on their agenda. Once we know, we'll certainly share that with councillors. It's part of our submission that is the critical issue.
Within the submission, I guess we're identifying it critical, but have we arrived yet? How do we perceive best that it be rolled out, and who will operationally be responsible for it from year to year, budget-wise, or have we flagged that to them, or are we not?
That's not in the plan, no. What we've talked about is there needs to be an interim solution for Hideaway, and whether that ends up being the long-term solution or not is yet to be determined. But there's not been enough work done to really know what the scope, and I guess this is about scoping development on the island. Is it going to be this big, or this big? And therefore, what do we need to provide for in that regard?
Okay, look forward to that being qualified or determined.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay. Sorry. Okay, so we've got a mover, and Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swaddling. Sorry, I've lost my place. All in favour? Sorry, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Councillor Friend. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I particularly want to thank all of the officers for this incredible feat of the submission and all the information you had to troll through. And Melissa, you attending these meetings constantly. It's a wonderful observation of your dedication and commitment to what you do and how you see council and how you want to do the best for our constituents, especially for the island and the native title holders as well. So thank you so much. But I do agree with the essential services first, such as solar, desalination, and most importantly sewage. That's so important. I agree that we need to see the detail about how this critical work is to be progressed, and also when. Also who will fund and undertake the upgrades. That's so important because we need to know if they expect council to do so, who will own the infrastructure once it's constructed, and how these services will be managed. And I agree with you wholeheartedly that a project control document should be developed as a priority. So thank you so much again, and I have used your words in my closing statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. I'm happy to wrap up now. Got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swaddling, that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to make a submission to the Queensland Government on the draft Wappi Great Keppel Island Master Plan, consistent with feedback received on the draft submission presented to councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Greg. Good work. 11 and 12 is an amendment to the fees and charges schedule. Welcome to the table, Molly.
Good afternoon, everyone. The report in front of you at the moment is the recommended amendments to the fees and charges schedule for 2023-24. You can see in the attachments the changes that have been recommended, but essentially the intent is to make things clearer and easier to understand for community in terms of what charges are relevant to them in their activity, but also making sure that the job numbers are correct and in line with this year's budget, as well as removing the duplication of fees and making sure that all fees are consistent. So, for example, cleaning at Yeppoon Town Hall and cleaning at Emu Park Hall had different figures. We've aligned that to make them the same figures. And then just removing the Cooey Bay Hall category as an option. As we know, the area is being developed for the new aquatic centre and the hall will no longer be available as a venue. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Molly. Councillor Eastwood, you happy to move this one?
I am happy to move and just.
I'll come to you in a second. I'm just going to move in a seconder. Seconder, please. Councillor Friend, thank you. Councillor Eastwood.
Again, this is, I guess, similar to one I moved earlier, in that it sort of makes things a little bit more concise, a little bit easier to understand, and I've been assured that no prices have changed.
Okay, any questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
No questions, Mr. Mayor, but I think that this is just a tidy up, isn't it, Molly? It's where we find inconsistencies, and that has happened over the years, some greater than others, but when you do find it, you think, well, how come nobody picked this up? But that's what's happening now. So thanks, Molly. You've done a great job.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? All right, councillor Friend, do you want to speak to it at all? Happy to go to the vote, councillors. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, got a move of councillor Eastwood, seconded councillor Friend, that we adopt the attached amendments to the fees and charges schedule for 23-24. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Australia Day Awards. Again, over to you, Molly.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation in front of you is around adopting or recommending to adopt the terms of reference for the Livingstone Australia Day Awards Advisory Committee, as well as appointing Councillor Swadling as the chair of said committee and Councillor Friend as a member of the committee. So as you know, we've changed the format of nominations, and once the draft terms of reference are finalised, we'll open the expressions of interest process for people wishing to join that group. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Molly. Any questions, councillors?
Yes, Molly, although I've read this, I've gone through your briefings, I understand it completely. Just for those that may be interested in watching on live stream, could you just explain to us how the nominations will work moving forward into the future?
Sure, thank you. So previously, as we've discussed at the table and throughout teams, we've struggled to get enough nominations. We know there are plenty of people in Livingstone that are doing wonderful things and very worthy of being nominated for an Australia Day Award. However, those people are also typically quite humble and so therefore don't accept that nomination. So we're trying something a little bit different, where those that express their interest in becoming part of the committee actually then take on the responsibility of bringing nominations forward. So they'll be the conduit to the broader community, where they're finding out about what people are doing and achieving and bringing them forward under certain categories. So the categories are relatively similar to previous years: sport and recreation, arts and culture, business, innovation or corporate social responsibility, rural and agriculture, community, Citizen of the Year, Young Citizen of the Year, and there's still the provision that the Mayor can nominate for a Mayor's Award.
Thank you, Molly. And just one question in that, myself being nominated for the committee and Councillor Swadling nominated as chair, moving forward, are we as councillors able to nominate people because we sit on the committee, or is there a conflict that we cannot nominate being councillors?
I would say the chair cannot nominate, as the chair has the deciding vote, whereas all other members are presenting options and then the group votes and the majority wins. Yes. The majority awards, and then the chair can have the deciding vote if there's a split. So in the terms of reference, it specifies that, so the chair would not be able to nominate, whereas all other members would be.
Great, thank you so much.
Councillor Mather.
Molly, thank you, Mr Mayor. When you said before people are a little bit shy and they don't put themselves forward, and I can understand that, you're saying now that if a committee member can go and poach, if that's the word, or convince that somebody's deserving, then they must, but they might still decline.
They may still decline, and they have every right to do so, Councillor Mather. Yeah. We're hoping that, though convince or encourage is probably the right word, we're hoping that the members of the advisory committee will advocate really positively and encourage that person to accept the nomination. However, of course, they can always decline.
Yeah, thanks, Molly.
You happy to move, Councillor Swadling?
Just one question, if I could,
sure.
Mr Chair. So, Molly, I guess no doubt you can consider this as you get closer to it, but what will be the criteria that the nominees that are accepted, will they stand before the judges and sort of say what a good person they are, or will there be some sort of a format that they still fill out, or how do you propose the judges being able to assess the nominees?
Thank you for the question. So the first step is that the members of the group bring forward suggestions, and then those suggested nominees are contacted and asked whether they're interested in continuing to go through the process of being nominated. They will then fill out with the advisory group member something very similar to our previous nomination forms, which is what's your history, what have you achieved, but the advisory committee member supporting that person or recommending that person can assist in making sure all that information is gathered. And then, rather than the person coming to the committee, all of that nomination documentation will be provided to the committee and they can determine based off that documentation.
So The good news perhaps is that the Smarty, is it called Smarty, what was that?
Smarty grants?
The Smarty grants won't be the mechanism used to
We would probably
assess the
have,
criteria.
no, we would probably have an online
Excellent.
method and an offline method, but the group will
I
be
think
the
I heard the
decider.
community go, yes, excellent.
Nothing wrong with it, but
All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Swadling. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Councillor Swadling, do you want to speak to the report?
Yes, wonderful report. Straight awards or any type of awards that we give out to our community is pretty special, and it's a humbling moment for those people receiving those awards. And it's difficult when someone initiates you on an award. What do I do? What do I say? So, I mean, we have some wonderful people out in our community, right across Livingstone, you know, that need to be celebrated for the things that they do, the small things, you know, that are important, that make our community and bond our community together as a whole. And I'm really honoured to be on the committee as the chair, and I look forward to the awards as they come up, and with the assistance of Councillor Friend and the other people on the group. So yes, I'm certainly looking forward to it and certainly support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions, councillors? Happy to go to the vote? All right, we've got a mover, Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour of the three-part recommendation? Carried. Unanimously, thank you. Thank you, Molly. 11.14 is a response to the notice of motion from Councillor Watson in relation to commercial uses of the Yeppoon CBD multi-storey car park. Welcome to the table, Sonia.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors and CEO. Good afternoon. This report was presented at briefing session already. Basically, it's a response to looking at if commercial uses in the multi-storey car park in Yeppoon CBD could be added to, in addition to, we've already obviously got Chapter, and we've also got our car wash there. Unfortunately, firstly I'd like to applaud Councillor Watson for thinking entrepreneurially. We always like to think of ways we can bring revenue to council, particularly in my team. And I think it's great that we investigated this. With car parks, they basically there's not a lot of rules in regards to planning. They are built quite simply, and there's a reason for that. And so when you look at putting uses in there, there's restrictions, things like they haven't got sprinkler systems, firewalls, and ratings. So we have provided that advice back. Thanks also to our building certifiers and facilities. There's also probably a need for a power upgrade, and further uses really go into there, which could be at significant cost. So we're not saying no, there's not opportunities, but there would be some massive hurdles to overcome for commercial use to establish there. So that's what the report is basically responding to.
Thank you,
Happy
Sonia.
to take questions.
Any questions? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Because Councillor Watson could not be with us for the rest of the afternoon, I have a question which is his, and I'm sure that he would like someone to bring this up. So on page 316 and number 5, it says the design specifications for the suspended concrete floors, specifically the floor loading, is suitable for car parks but less than required for other commercial uses. As more and more cars transition to electric cars, and they are far heavier than the average vehicle, how will our car park actually hold up under these electric vehicles?
Very good question. Thank you, Councillor Friend. I must admit I'll have to take that one on notice. I'm really not an engineer, or I can't specify or understand that. I think we'd have to have some scenario testing. What I can say is I would assume that the building codes would obviously be updated to reflect that, and that at some stage when the use became that much, we would be investigating to make sure our car park is compliant.
Thank you. That was Councillor Watson's question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, I'm happy to move this. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Are we happy to go to the vote? All right. Moved myself, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Sonia. 11.15 is the Queensland Government response to housing supply and affordability. Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. In October 2022, the Queensland Department of Resources sought some assistance from Council in compiling a list of state or council-owned properties that might be considered as part of the state's response to housing supply and affordability issues. This was done in the lead up to the Premier's housing summit later on that month. Officers responded to that fairly short timeline request with the nomination of 5 properties shown on your report and repeated in the recommendations. So there were 2 park reserves, 1 in Emu Park, 1 in Tarangaba, and 3 road reserves in Emu Park, where we know that the road reserves there are reasonably generous. They were submitted to government. As we know, there's not been a lot advanced in that regard, but in any event, following sort of parallel discussions about related topics, there's been some rethink on those nominations, and the recommendation is to withdraw the earlier nominations.
All right. So, councillors, just to ensure there are no conflict of interest issues on this one. Okay. Councillor Friend.
Yes, I just have a quick question for Mr CEO in relation to the actual state government audit. Am I correct in saying that all councils, available councils throughout Queensland, were requested to supply some information in relation to the state government owned land, not council's owned land? So it's state government owned, not council owned. Is that correct?
The request was to all councils, I believe. The request was for council-owned, for state-owned or council-owned. We didn't offer any council-owned properties in response, but we did point the state to some of its own properties and said we think these are worth having a look at.
Okay, thank you, Mr CEO. Mr Mayor, I'll move this.
Thank you.
Happy to second, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, councillors, before we go to the vote? We have a mover in Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Bello. Do you want to wrap up, Councillor Friend?
I'll wrap up if no one else is speaking.
Thank you.
No one else is speaking? Okay.
Sure, Councillor Friend.
Do we know whether the state has been advised of the donation that the council has made to the Anglican?
We'll have to go to the CEO on that one.
Thanks, Mr Chairman.
That's very generous of this council. I'm not saying it was wrong, but I'm saying the state needs to know that we've been generous in that regard.
Yes, this is one part of a multi-pronged response to the housing affordability and supply issue. Have we expressly communicated that to the state? Probably in some cases, but I don't know if we asked the Premier that she would know that. I'll circulate to councillors this evening the stuff we sent at about this time that sort of outlined a dozen or more actions that we're taking in response. So those transactions that we've initiated, this transaction, some regulatory changes around dual occupancies and the like. So just to refresh everyone's memory, we'll resend that to you this evening, Councillor Mather. But in response to your specific question, yes, we've told some government officials, but I don't know that it would be common knowledge amongst government officials overall.
So wherever the request originated from in the state to tap into our knowledge or our generosity, I just wondered whether the response went back to that particular body to say, hey, yes, we've already done this, but we're still looking. I just wanted to know whether they know that, because I thought that was a pretty generous offer.
Yes, they are certainly aware of this offer. They are certainly aware. We've already talked to them about withdrawing these properties, and we'll follow that up formally following this. But
the Anglicare, did we
resolution.
Particularly mention Anglicare donation?
We haven't, but we'll add that as part of
That's the answer I wanted. We haven't. Well, we need to.
Sure.
Mayor, I will speak to this actually.
All right.
Is this okay?
Floor's yours.
Yeah. Well, this is a really common sense, in that it follows what the people want. I think with the Flinders Park fiasco, we've been told under no uncertain terms that people don't want our parks changed, turned into housing estates. And so I'm really, really happy to support this, and I thank you that the rest of the council is. And I think that we're heading in the right direction. But that notwithstanding, that we just want to point out that the housing situation is primarily the state's responsibility, and that I have trouble when they try to put it upon us to fix a problem that's statewide.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is really important that this council, particularly at this time, withdraws the nominations of properties for consideration to the state government, even though it's state-owned land. And I believe that the state government audit was not to necessarily progress to every single area of their land for any type of housing whatsoever, but to find out what was available under their ownership. But I believe that withdrawing this brings a stability back to our community, and it also helps alleviate any concern or worry or fear and community division within our shire. So it's a very good thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. So that wraps up debate, councillors. We've got mover Councillor Friend, second Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 11.16 is our infrastructure portfolio report for the quarter ending 30 June. Welcome back to the table, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm pleased to present the quarterly report for the infrastructure portfolio today for the period April to June. I'll just skim through some of the highlights for Council. Our customer service closeout rate for the quarter was 98%. So that's a remarkable figure of customer requests closed. I have mentioned a couple of times in the past at the table that we're doing a review of the metrics around open versus closed, and also our qualitative measure, which is closed on time, and our callbacks to customers, which is closing the loop. So I just want to foreshadow that we are working with some figures at the moment, which I'd like to present to a briefing session in the not too distant future, just to walk councillors through a slightly different metric. And it's not going to be 98%, our closeout figure, when we do change our metric. It's going to be slightly less than that, but I'd like to talk to the councillors about that so they can understand how we're trying to improve our customer service closeout rates and also our reporting back to the council and the community. Absenteeism for the year and the last quarter is on page 331, and it's trending down, which is pleasing. You can see within each of the groups there's rise and fall depending on some long-term illnesses and so on. So that some of the groups, the figures are sensitive, but overall our trending is down, which is positive, and although we're still not at our target, we're heading in the right direction. Within construction and maintenance for the last financial year, I'd like to talk to page 332 of the report. There's a table in there regarding the operational budget and overall position with expenses, and also the red lines there being the revenue. So in some respects, our revenue is down on our budget predictions for private works and TMR contracted works. We had some increases in some of our rural maintenance over the last 12 months, which are shown there on the table, which I'm asking our team to review and understand some of the reasons for that. Within the commentary of the report, the preliminary commentary is around some of the additional costs in moving some of our teams around to service the roads in the north and to bring a team up from Yeppoon to the caves and so on. So we're as council, we're well aware of those challenges, and we're trying to recruit at the moment for a Marlborough crew. But just in the last 12 months, that's created some cost changes over and above our budgeted amounts. Within our quality management systems, There were 25 improvement notices issued through internal audit of our quality management systems over the last 12 months. It's pleasing that we've managed to close out the improvement notices on our medium low audits in accordance with our KPIs and also our assistance requests. We have dropped slightly below our 90% KPI for our high risk audits. They're at 75%, so that's something that our managers are working with quality management system staff to make sure that we when we do our audits and we have our outstanding actions, that we do turn our mind to those and complete those on time. Within our engineering services team, we've been working in the last quarter and continue to work on our local government infrastructure plan so that can be updated into the planning scheme. We are working with Department of Transport and Main Roads on a future road corridor, east-west link from Tamby Road through to Rockhampton Yeppoon Road. So that corridor study is progressing well, and we have good buy-in from our partners in Transport and Main Roads. We'll talk later about some black spot program funding that has been received through recent applications, and we have received also some school transport infrastructure program funding for upgrades to bus shelters, car parks, and footpath works across our school networks, which is pleasing. From infrastructure design's point of view, our designs for the 23-24 capital program were on track, and all but one project's been designed and shovel ready for this financial year, which is fantastic to ensure that we're ahead in our design program so our construction crews can work to a program and deliver. We are working with Fitzroy River Water at the moment to review the water agreement with the pipeline and the bulk water supply agreement. So that's ongoing for the last quarter, and we have funds in the budget this year to secure our allocation at Rookwood Weir. So that's something that's progressed over the last quarter, and continue to work with Sunwater over the next 12 months to finalise that transaction. In our waste business, we're in the process of finalising our material recovery facility joint contract with CQ Rock Council. So that was resolved at last council meeting for the CEO to enter into a contract, so that's imminent. The regional waste strategy was endorsed by CQ Rock and also this table, and we're finalising the design for the new landfill cell in Yeppoon, which is due in the next 3 or 4 weeks, which I'll bring back to council for discussion. And with respect to waste vouchers, there's been a reduction in the number of vouchers redeemed over the last 12 months, down from 51,000 to 34,000 over the last 12 months, and we're about to begin some consultation on all things waste with the community. We've also done a lot of work in our asset management group, and we've updated our water and sewer comprehensive revaluation. There was significant movements in our replacement costs, up sort of 15 or 16% in water, and that also then leads into higher depreciation. But it's important that we maintain our asset management plans as accurately as we can, and that feeds into our budgets and also our asset sustainability ratio. And finally, we finished the Stanage Bay Road project in the last quarter. So that was a major project over 3 years that council, project managers and day labour crews have completed on behalf of the community. I think there's an opportunity for councillors to go out on site tomorrow to have a look at Stanage Bay Road, and it's very pleasing to see that the work's completed on time and on budget, and both the team are pleased and the community should be happy with the outcome. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Michael. A very comprehensive report as always. Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Friend?
Councillor Mather can go first.
Councillor.
I dominate. Now you go first. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, Michael. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move this. This is a comprehensive report. As usual, as you said, this is amazing. I have two statements and two lots of questions. So my first statement is on page 331. Well done to waste operations and water operations. They started off the year with waste was 37 customer requests. They then gained another 3,150 and they've completed 3,147. What a mammoth effort. In water operations, they started the year with 61 outstanding customer requests. They gained 3,026 and they've so far completed 3,048. Talk about hard-working staff, they're amazing. So on page 332, it says the overall net operational spend is 14% over adopted Q1 budget. Mr. Creedman, why is this so? Why is it 14% over?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. As I mentioned before, we're just doing a review of that at the moment, but some of the commentary above talks to the issue, and some of it is to do with overspends on some of our sealed road maintenance program, so our pothole patching and the like.
Yeah.
Some of it's to do with the interim arrangement that we've had to enact as we're unable to staff the Marlborough depot at the moment. So we've pushed our crews up from the caves to Marlborough, and then from Yeppoon up to the caves to help maintain the unsealed road network. There has been a push on recently to try and reduce the backlog of outstanding work orders in the maintenance area, and that's a double-edged sword. It's good to reduce the backlog and to maintain our network, but it does come at a cost, and we need to be able to balance that. So
Sure.
I've asked the team to review how we do that and what priority and hazard sort of prioritisation ratings they put to some of that work to make sure we do target the right work at the right time.
Okay, thank you. Page 335, I have noted the reduction in electricity costs by $97,061 for the sewage treatment plant solar array. It also says that there's some issues relating to the sewage treatment plant solar. Not only one, the reduction of costs is phenomenal, well done, but two, what are some of the issues relating to this?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. The solar panels themselves are working extremely well, so we don't have any issues with those. We do have some issues with the battery storage on site. So we've had the contractor who installed the system back on a number of occasions, reviewing and I'm not an electrical engineer, so I won't try and profess to know exactly what's happening, but they're trying to resolve some of the battery issues and some of the linkages from the solar panels through to storage.
Sure, thank you so much. Page 340, there's an absolutely lovely photo of the Hill Street car park facade. And could you help me recall why it needed replacing after 5.5 years, and at the cost of this replacement? What was the cost of this replacement that this particular tenure of council had to look into?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. So the original car park facade was clad with a product called Core 10. It's a type of steel product that is designed to rust to a degree and then seal itself and be an architectural facade feature. Unfortunately, on the coastal fringes, it wasn't able to seal and it continued to rust and became a structural issue. So council agreed to, I think it was $1 million budget, and it cost just under that for the contractor to supply the anodised product, which we see in the photo, and it was replaced. And if I can recall, it has a 15 or 20 year design life, so it'll be well loved by the community now for the future.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report, Michael. there's an awful lot of work there by an awful lot of people. And what I see doesn't always reflect the work that goes on. There are a number of issues that I'd like to raise. We talked about 102% of its original capital budget spent and 101% in Q1. Now, I've raised this before, and you need to take it on board because there is some criticism amongst the ranks in relation to we've got 3 gangs, and 2 of those gangs are doing resheets, and there's only 1 gang to do the maintenance. Now, not only, and I can tell you why you might be over in your budget, because what I've seen, and I've seen this with my own eyes just going around, then I find there's going to be resheets. I thought, well, hang on, they've just done those roads, they've maintained those roads, why are they coming back to do resheets? We're doubling up, we're going back. Instead of doing it at the time we need to do the maintenance, we do the resheets. So I can say that that could possibly be one of your answers. But that's for you to work out with the staff. The northern areas feel deprived. I've spoken to the mayor. They feel deprived because the concentration is mostly down this way. And I had a very irate phone call the other day that had I been in the presence of this person, I might have got a clip across the ear. But I totally understood where they were coming from, because they feel that they pay their rates and they get nothing back. And they're in the business of primary production where they need to rely on roads being stable. And if you get off the road sometimes when it's been raining and there's been no gravel on it, you lose your truck, you lose your stock. You could lose your life. So they only ask for their roads to be done. And I think on one of these roads I've been asking since Christmas last year. And I'm sick of asking, because I'm asking on their behalf. And if I can't get it right, nobody ever will, because nobody seems to be listening. I mean, it's not you personally, but you need to know this. And I would invite you to come up with me and meet with these people and let them tell you how they feel and what their issues are. And maybe you'll get a better feel, because they need to see you and they need to tell you, not me, I'm just the messenger. But we are all messengers, and we are the conduits for these concerns that come back to us, because it'll determine what this table's composition is going to be next year. They've made up their minds now. But as long as we show them that we do care, that we are on track, we do have issues with the Marlborough Depot. I know, I've talked to our officer about that as well. But I can do so much, but I need the cooperation of your department, our department, to be able to address these issues. I've been prevented from going to the toolbox meetings. I mean, what the hell am I going to do if I don't know what's going on? Things are happening there. I find out by reading it in the articles. I'm just excluded. But I'm just a conduit, like I said. And I want those people in the north, and anywhere else for that matter, to feel that they are valued, that they feel that the expenditure from their rates is going to the right purpose. And I'm sure it is. But
Councillor
it's
Maitland,
not demonstrating
sorry to interrupt you,
that. And I'm finished.
as a matter of process.
I'm finished, Mr Mayor.
Okay, well, yeah, we've well and truly gone into debate here rather than...
Well, Mr Mayor, there's an awful lot to be said, but I think I'll talk to Michael and I'll invite him up to the northern section to discuss it with the people. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, thank you. Did we get, who was the mover? I beg your pardon. Councillor Friend, thank you. Councillor Friend, did you want to, any other comments from any other councillors around this report before we get Councillor Friend to wrap up? Very comprehensive report. Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't think I need to say any more. I think that Michael and his infrastructure team do an amazing job under great difficulty at times, and I thank him for the report.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, so we've got to move Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 1117 is a road closure application for part of Dendles Road, Millman, severing lot 2, registered plan 851703. Mr. Creedman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Council, we received an application in July this year for part road closure opposite lot 2. I might just ask councillors to have a look at the layout plan on page 347, just so it's clear. So you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of that plan, the request for the road closure is the highlighted blue section, which is across the severed lot 2, but also includes the frontage of lot 69. So officers have reviewed this application and have suggested that on the right hand side you'll see the green highlighted section recommended by our town planning team as well as our engineering planning team to support the road closure across the frontage of lot 2 only. And the reason that we've excluded lot 69 at this time is because it's the only lawful point of access for that property, so we don't want to close that road reserve and then create a landlocked block. So that's the summary of the application, and officers do support the reduced scope of this closure.
Thank you. Councillor Mather.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have this matter lie on the table, please, because it's out of the blue for me till I opened the agenda. Councillor Swadling has been up to have a look at some issues there for the walkers, and I've been up there as well. And that end of Dendles Road is where the walkers should be coming into their property there. But it's unconstructed and it's feral at the moment. But that Dendles Road on that big curve actually translates into Pursehouse Road, which comes out on Rossmoor Road. And I would like the fire brigade to have discussions with us, our people here in council and the Jardine people, because that is a strategic fire trail through there. It's not a registered one, but it would serve as one, because to get from Millman, Ross to Rossmoor, that's your shortcut.
So you're going to move a procedural motion that's lay on the table pending further
please.
consultation?
And we liaise with Rural Fire Service and our local fire service, Jardine and our local fire service. Yeah.
All right. Justine, you got some wording on that?
Because once we cut that road off, it's done.
Yeah, the local Jardine Rural Fire Service and the caves, is that correct? Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, you're probably not aware of a matter Councillor Swadling and I have been dealing with in relation to Walker's property, which was severed by a relocation of the Queensland rail line, and they're unable to do fire mitigation on one block because what used to be an accessible, unconstructed road is now overgrown, which prevents them from getting to the corner of their lot to do fire mitigation. And because of the old rail line, which was left in situ, there's like it's like at Kui Bay. It's a great big walk-through facility there where the water comes through, and it's actually been built up underneath the old rail, underneath the current rail line now, and you can't even get a tractor under it or utility to be able to get from one block to the other. So they're basically landlocked to a large degree due to the, I guess, incomplete ability for the Queensland Transport to deal with them properly. They probably left them in the limbo and we're picking up the pieces. So we're working with that to try and get them some resolution so that they can actually do some fire breaks, but we've got no ability at the moment. We're working through that.
All right, thank you. So there's a motion, procedural motion from Councillor May that this lays on the table.
To liaise with the fire brigades.
Pending consultation with the local rural fire brigades in return to return to a council meeting on the 19th of September.
That'll give us time. That'll give us time. Do we need to notify DNRME that or do they just automatically think we just take a bit longer? Yes. Because it's only been used for grazing purposes at the moment. To get a permit to occupy takes money, and they probably don't want to pay several $100s a year just for the use of the road.
So move, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
11.18 is the Retail Water and Sewerage Service Provider Management and Functions Policy. Mr. Creedman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an update of the Council's overarching policy to include a new procedure which is titled Interference with Service Providers' Infrastructure. So this has come about due to a number of issues that the table's aware of over the past sort of 18 months or so, where a number of sewer access chambers have been covered over the years, and which is against the Act, and this is just providing a easy to understand procedure that sits under our policy on the way that the officers will deal with these issues into the future. So in the procedure, we've highlighted that it is an offence under the Act to build over or interfere with access to an access chamber. It's an offence to increase or reduce the cover over an access chamber, change the surface of the land that causes ponding of water over the access chamber, and interfere with council's infrastructure. So that's from the Act, and it's been enshrined into the draft procedure. And a second part of the procedure, which council has debated previously, which we've included, is that if we do discover that the access chambers have been covered, we will approach the property owner, and part of the remedy that's in the procedure is that the property owner can undertake the work themselves. They can enter into a private works agreement with council, and our plumbers will undertake the work and invoice the property owner, or the property owner can request quotes from a suitably licensed plumber and seek approval from our water and waste team to undertake the work, and they supervise the plumber on their own property. So I believe that covers council's requests over the last sort of 12 or 18 months that we've worked through this. Right, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather.
Trigger finger. Thank you, Michael. I'd just like to know what happened to the people who came to us, and I wasn't on the committee, but the next two. Okay, I'd be happy to wait for that one then. Thank you.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of questions as per these things under my portfolio. So thank you, Mr. Creedman. I appreciate all your hard work, and Nigel Deacon, who's now left council, his work as well. How many access chambers are thought to be covered generally?
So from memory, there's around 7,000 access chambers in the Shire network, sewer network. We're not 100% sure of how many are covered, but we believe it could be as high as 50%. So about 3,500 could be covered.
Sure.
I'd hope that's worst case scenario.
Sure. On page 372, under purpose, point 3, it says ensure that Livingstone residents are aware of their obligations and the implications of interfering with water and sewage infrastructure without written consent. My question is council currently looking at an alternative approach to rate searches for conveyancing by compiling all relevant information such as sewer access chambers, rates and water searches, etc., for a standard fee rather than separately? Because we do know that under conveyancing, they're not usually noted when people are purchasing their property, and if they're covered, they don't know. So is that being currently looked at?
Thank you, councillor. So in the past, we have, as you mentioned, written some information guides to the conveyancers and the local real estate agents. We have included more recently in the last, say, 2 months, a specific wording in the conveyancing notes that our residents and purchasers can see what type of rate searches are available, and one of them is infrastructure on the property. So it's something that if a potential purchaser is interested in that, they have to tick the box and pay a little bit extra. But we tried to make it as clear as possible in that sense that there is a search that can be done. We haven't made it a compulsory search under, say, the default search type, which I think that's probably where you were leading towards.
That's what I was leaning towards, because it does say ensure that Livingstone residents are aware of their obligations and implications. So, the best way to do that is at conveyancing, when they're purchasing a property, that they're notified that there is a sewer access chamber on their property and it cannot be covered.
I think also just reminds me, I think we have included some additional information in our welcome pack to new residents that we send out when someone buys a property and is new to town.
Yeah.
So that's another way that we're trying to improve. And I'm sure through our corporate communications team, we can do some targeted social media and obviously this will be loaded onto our website and so on. I doubt many people in the community will be sort of sitting around and enjoying their afternoons and say, I wonder what that procedure is about sewer access chambers, or maybe I should check that. But we'll do as best we can.
We need to ensure that they know that they are sitting around thinking about the procedure for sewer access chambers, because it can cost them money. The procedure has changed to include the option of allowing authorised private plumbers to undertake the works in a similar fashion, I guess, to backflow inspections conducted by private plumbers. Is this correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That was something that can't recall now whether it was a council meeting or briefing session that we had where so under the Act only licensed and approved plumbers can work on the council infrastructure. Yep. So we will have to do a little bit of administrative work to make sure that the local plumbers are approved to work on our infrastructure, but that they're already licensed, so that's just a second step that our team will take, and sure. And that will hopefully allow people to have a choice. Yes. They can either use our crews and we'll invoice them, or they can go to the open market, sure. and that work can be done. 3
more questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your patience. Most sewer access chambers have been covered over with earth movement over time. How does council actually ascertain that the current owners of the property are to blame for this situation where sewer accesses are covered?
So when we find that an access chamber has been covered, then our team will look back through the say aerial photographs or the plumbing plans for the development plans and that type of thing, just to have a look and see if there's any point in time, which I think on the next report you'll see some aerial photos that I've included, which has those before and after shots. At the end of the day, many of these instances we won't know exactly whether it was the current property owner who's covered it, or whether it's a previous owner, or whether it was the landscaper over time. It's very difficult to pinpoint exactly, but through our policy position, we're basically stating that the property owner, which is the only one we can pursue as the current property owner, is the one liable for the remedy.
Sure. Two more. Then council infrastructure, why is it that property owners, ratepayers foot the bill? Why is this not covered within the sewer access charges nominated on the rates notices?
Okay, so our current charges structure is to cover the cost of our existing assets in its current working condition. So that would include depreciation and maintenance, and then renewal, capital renewal, operating costs, I guess you'd call it. We don't have a fee structure that includes illegal activities on our underground infrastructure, which is under this, any interference with our infrastructure is illegal under the Act. So we don't have an allowance for that. We use the basically the prosecution method, I guess you'd call it, is that if we discover that interference has occurred, then we'll look to pursue and remedy it through a fee structure.
Sure. Last question in this set, on page 374, 5.3.1. It notes that the local laws will look after this. So do our local law department, do they have the capacity and understanding of what is required in the sewage infrastructure world to actually, look into and investigate these illegal activities, so to speak? Is that what it's talking about, our local law department? Or is it just generally the regulations or legislation of local laws?
We often work hand in hand with infrastructure officers and local laws officers across many of the assets and issues, whether it's illegal dumping, stormwater compliance issues, easement rights and so on. So this will be no different. It'll be up to our water and waste team to do the initial reviews and provide the sort of the customer facing service. But if in time, if there's any compliance that we need authorised officers to help us, we often ask our local laws to help us do some investigations and make sure that we do things in the most correct way, because if they end up in court, we need to make sure that we cover exactly what we're meant to do, and our local laws officers are our go-to, basically.
Mr Mayor, I have grappled with moving this under my portfolio. I will move it today. I believe the officers have done a great job in compiling the information for this procedure under the policy. However, I really can't stress enough how important it is to make sure that those words ensure the residents are aware of their obligations and that they have a sewer access chamber on their property. This is the most important, and I think that we need to move forward as a whole, as a council, to make sure that people are aware. They should be sitting around in the afternoon thinking about the policy. If there's 3,500 that are covered, and there is a committee at this time looking at those in dispute, then there's going to be a lot of people that, one, don't understand, are blindsided by it all, and really can't understand what's happening because of it's actually council infrastructure. You know, it's not their own plumbing. If they had a water leak on their property, in their own plumbing, they get to fix it. Council don't. But so I will move it today, but I really can't stress enough how important that is, Mr Mayor and Mr CEO, that people are made aware that there is some sort of a blitz, some more than just a note on social media or the occasional information sent out. We need to make sure that people are aware what's on their property and what their obligations are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Friend is correct, and we dealt with this probably 2 months ago, and we stipulated that back then. And I just wondered why it hasn't been sort of brought to attention of everybody, because we're going to be having these fights with people all the way down the line if the communication's been severed.
So,
You know, we're going to land up in court because people won't know about this, and then they get the bill for it. Then we go to court. That's what'll happen. We'll have enemies out there without even trying. So you know, we planned to do this going back months ago, and that's why the committee was formed. And it seems that it didn't reach a resolution, and now we're looking at pushing it.
so are you seconding, Councillor Mather?
No, I'm not, Mr. Mayor. I'm voting against it.
Okay. All right. So I've got a mover and Councillor Friend. Can I get a seconder, please? Pardon me. Councillor Swadling, thank you. Just a question in relation to this matter to Mr. Creedon or the CEO. When real estate transactions happen, when someone purchases a property, it's my understanding that the real estate agent at the time of sale is obliged to inform the potential purchaser of things like floods, the flood risk of the property. So if the property is subject to flooding, it's my understanding that the real estate agent is required to inform the potential purchaser. Yeah. I'm just wondering if there's a mechanism whereby we can get that to happen in terms of these sewer manhole covers.
Thanks for your question, Mr. Mayor. It's been 3 years or so since I last did a property transaction, but my solicitor provided me with a list of options and sort of encouraged me to take the minimalist approach. So I didn't tick the boxes that said all of these extra searches. We did make an undertaking, I think, at Councillor Friend's prompting a couple of weeks ago to explore whether there is an appetite to consolidate our search functions such that there's probably a larger impost on those purchasing a house, but it's a more comprehensive, or a property, but it's a more comprehensive search. We haven't done that in the last fortnight, and Michael's reports were prepared probably in parallel to that, but it is our intention to continue to do that. So alongside any of the marketing that we might do, there might be an option that says at Livingstone Shire, there are no shoestring options for conveyancing. You have to get these, it'll cost you this, and you get all of these, and you get all of these things. I think I said at the time we should anticipate some pushback from solicitors and conveyancers, because like those that worked for me, they recommended the minimalist path for that. But if this is a really strong issue to us, and we think that no matter what sort of marketing we do around the thing, it needs to be almost the case that no one misses out, and therefore it's a mandatory search that people do, then that might have to be the option.
So the other through the chair, if I may, the other thing could be that on these particular searches that there is a box that they can tick to see if they have a sewer manhole on their property with a notation, a notation stating that it's important to undertake this, otherwise you may be up for the cost of unveiling the sewer access chamber, something like that.
That was on my options, and they said ignore all of that and just get these. Right.
If I can just make a comment on that. My wife was at home last week, and an officer came round and said, "Oh, there's a sewer thing on the property here somewhere. It's up in that bush there, and it's the most full-on area of bush." And Julie said, "Oh, that's not our property." So we're all lucky. But there was one there that, because it was all used to be one property. So there's something in the bush there somewhere, and we've lived there since 2005. And you would never know that anything was ever there unless you're actually made aware of it from somewhere. So the importance of that is absolutely paramount.
Well, councillors, I think there's two entities or two parties here. There's the people that are potentially purchasing a property, and those that currently own properties that are unaware, as you potentially were, Councillor Eastwood, that there's an issue on their property with a sewer.
Mayor, I have a question here. The officer's recommendation. council resolves to seek costs as per the invoiced amount and in accordance with council's debt recovery policy for raising the sewer access chamber at 1115 Miami Crescent. I think,
That's the
am
next
I
one.
jumping ahead, am I?
Yeah, you are. That's
Oh,
next
okay, sorry.
That's for the
Councillor
chair.
Swanley.
Yes, Michael. You spoke about before about local laws in relation to that. Do you have waste, was part of your waste team and water team, are they delegated as authorised officers to conduct those initial investigations? Like most councils do have authorised delegated for that.
I think from my memory of it that we do have authorised officers within infrastructure, but because we don't do these things day in, day out, we do partner with our local laws officers to help us just in crafting some of the letters and making sure we get the right information and photos and so on when we do the investigations. So it's just a partnering and learning exercise that they continually help out.
And do they actually, when they're on those investigations, they're wearing body-worn camera for those investigations?
No, I don't believe so, but we have local government officers and we have some authorised officers, but I don't recall that any of them have body cameras.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Probably a question that I have is in relation to creating an extra layer of cost, I suppose, to a person who may be purchasing. It would be good to know what is the cost of those searches before we perhaps consider making them mandated that that a buyer has to undertake that level of searches. You know, because would be good to know.
We can't change the fees and charges, so that would have to come back to the council.
Yeah, no, but we're talking about maybe having some sort of mandated searches that are required for people that are buying properties, so that all of these types of anomalies may be picked up if they're there or will be picked up. But I guess it'd be good to know what is the cost of that to every purchaser out there that does go through that process, who at this point has choices to make, which is kind of fundamental in our society, that they actually have the choice to do it. If you're going to mandate it, they've got to do it, and it's an extra $1,000. Just be mindful of that, because you've just driven up the cost of it as well.
What does it take to do that
So,
search?
well, it'd be good to know, that's all. Thank you.
Right. Any further comments, councillors? Right, we've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Swadling. Councillor Friend, do you want to wrap up? All right. So we go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. All right, thank you. 1119, sewer access chamber at 11 to 15 Miami Crescent, Pacific Heights. Mr. Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's quite a bit of history to this one, which is included in the report as well as the attachments. So without going through it line by line, I'll just point to the commentary on page 377, which outlines in summary the actions and the dates around this matter, and to confirm that an invoice for about $1,950 is outstanding. As on page 378, some of those images show street view from 2015. Next to the yellow fire hydrant, there's supposed to be a manhole, but that's covered under the grass, which is also not shown in the next aerial photo down in September 21, and then it is shown next to the driveway in April 23, which is after the work was completed by council. So the manhole is there, it's on the resident's property. Since the council resolution on the 20th of June this year, where the matter around the policy and the direction was discussed by council, and there was a resolution that a committee would be formed. The committee met, which comprised myself, the manager of water and waste, Councillor Friend and Councillor Watson. So we met on the 20th of July to discuss this and a few other matters. At that meeting, we reviewed all of the information and your letters that are attached to this report. We were unable to reach unanimous consensus on the best way forward. So, as per the committee, this issues come back to this meeting to be resolved. It is about $1,950 in outstanding private works. As per the previous sort of policy decisions or position from the last sort of 12 or 18 months, we've been in negotiations with the property owner to try and recoup this debt, and this was one of the ones which was placed on hold pending the outcome of the previous council resolution in June. So happy to take any questions from councillors.
Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Creederman. Mr Creederman, you have the delegation to actually, and the ability to waive fees, any fee up to $5,000 under your delegation. What's the reason that you have not or did not wish to waive this particular fee?
It's basically because when I reviewed the information from the original inspection through to the discussions with the resident through to the remedy, the general principle which is in the Act and also part of our procedure is that any remedy is at the property owner's expense. I couldn't see any reason why I should in this case, use my delegation to waive the fee. In some circumstances, I do have that ability in, say, for example, excess water charges. If there's a leak on somebody's property and they provide some evidence from a plumber and we have a look back through averaging of previous accounts, then I can use this delegation to reduce the rates for the water. But in this case, I didn't see any extenuating circumstances that I wanted to use, which I didn't choose to use my delegation in this case.
Thank you, Mr Creederman. I can see that you're a man of intelligence, of measurement, and you're quite concise, and you think about the decisions that you make. So I do trust you on that front. However, through you, Mr Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment to the resolution. And my amendment is that council resolves to waiver the fees of $1,948.35 for the raising of the sewer access chamber at 11 to 15 Miami Crescent Pacific Heights, and bring that to the table.
That'll be an entirely different resolution. It's not an amendment, councillor. It's actually an entirely different resolution.
It's an alternative motion.
Sorry?
It's an alternative motion,
It's an
Mr Mayor.
alternative motion.
Okay, an alternative motion then.
All
I'd
right.
second that, Mr Mayor. The alternative motion.
So is this a foreshadowed motion, Mr Mayor?
So, well,
The recommendation doesn't have to be put, so there is no live motion at the moment. Councillors are welcome to put whatever motion they propose.
So that council resolves to waiver, bear with me, sorry, lost my spot here, to waiver the fees of $1,948.35 for raising the sewer access chamber at 11 to 15 Miami Crescent Pacific Heights.
all right, so you're moving.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather is seconding. Okay.
Probably coming as part of the debate, just, section 254H requires us to record. Section 254H requires us to record reasons for not adopting the officer's recommendation. I'm sure that'll come out in the debate, but if it doesn't,
Sure.
then someone just remind me at the end.
Absolutely.
That we
Councillor
record
Mather,
that.
you spoke to the gentleman.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes. Yes, this was a chap who approached me, and in fact he met with me, with Michael, I think, at the time, up at Cordingley Street. He came up from Harvey Bay to put his case, and he's quite adamant he'll go to court on this one because he wasn't aware it was there, he didn't cover it, and he didn't know about it until he was leaving the property. It was for sale. So nobody can prove that he did it. He's not the current owner, so it puts us in a bit of a quandrum. But he's an honest fellow, he's a worker, but he's not prepared to accept a liability that's not his. It's as simple as that.
All right. Probably going to need some help with wording here, though.
I'll make something from that, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
But we do have, yes, I guess we do have to be mindful that probably opens some scope for lots of these to not proceed, but we will make something of that. Thank you.
All right.
Question,
Sure.
Mr. Chair. Just a little bit confused. The previous motion or report that we received was the policy about how these are going to be, how they're going to be facilitated. Was that the one before?
Was that, but it actually had already been to that, and they weren't unanimous on it, so that's why it's come back to the table.
Did we endorse the previous one though?
Yes.
Okay, right, so we endorsed a policy that informed how we would treat or assess these things, and now this one's being dealt with in isolation based on whatever the logic of the argument is. But it would be in, I'm just trying to clarify, would it be inconsistent with the policy that we just adopted?
This argument or discovery occurred before the policy was even thought about.
Well, the policy, Councillor Bello puts in place the committee of 4 that assesses these particular disputes.
Okay.
And when that doesn't happen, it comes back, when they can't agree, it comes back to the table for resolution.
So this one had been through that, or hadn't actually been through the policy rationale?
The policy hadn't been adopted until today, it's not a policy, it's a procedure.
Yep.
It hadn't been adopted until today.
And now, rather than put it through the filter of the policy or the procedure, we're just going to treat, well, there's the desire to treat this one outside of the actual procedure that was just endorsed to deal with the...
It was the catalyst that caused the procedure and the policy to become into play.
Yep.
So, sorry.
Okay.
If we didn't have these people who approached us early in the piece, there wouldn't have been discussions, there wouldn't have been investigations, and there wouldn't be a policy or procedure manual.
So thank you, Mr. Councillor Bello. Through previous discussions and resolution, there is a committee made up of myself at this time, because I sit under this portfolio. Councillor Watson, the manager of water and waste, and the general manager of infrastructure. We not only discussed these 2 that have come to the table today, we discussed others as well. These particular 2, there was no consensus. So the general manager has said that they would come back to the table for the councillors to decide.
Okay, I'm trying to, I appreciate that, but it would seem that there was no consensus within the committee that was set up to determine whether to support or deny a person's request. So the committee couldn't reach a conclusion, and now we're coming to the table to determine it.
Yes.
Can I just ask, how was it that the committee couldn't reach a conclusion? Is that not their function? To provide a recommendation to the table, or what is the function of the committee if it's not to...
Mr. Mayor, if I can, I think I explained to councillors at the time that the policy principles were adopted in June, so that gave the sort of skeleton of what was going to happen, and then what's presented just earlier today was the flesh on the bones of that particular procedure. But I think I mentioned at the time of adopting this that the council can't delegate authority to a committee like that unless it forms a standing committee to do it. So it would be that whilst the committee might reach a consensus, it would then be enacted by the delegation that's granted to the Shire engineer. and I think I pointed out at the time that if Michael wasn't convinced to use it, it would have to come back to the council. That's what's happened on this occasion and the next item.
All right, so we've got an amended resolution from Councillor Friend, seconded by Councillor Mather, that council waives the fee of $1,948.35 for raising the sewer access chamber at 11 to 15 Miami Crescent, Pacific Heights.
Wasn't it amended one, Mr. Mayor, an alternative motion, so it's a new motion.
Well, yeah, sorry, new motion, right. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to that, please?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone speaking against?
Only question I want to ask, I guess, to the officer with that commentary there, that did the landholder at any stage actually respond to the request to rectify the issue, or were the notices sent and there was just no response whatsoever?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I don't recall that there was any positive response back from the property owners. So in this case, we issued the notice in the attachments in October 21,
yeah.
And then we checked in December to see if any work had been completed, and then we sent the second notice in January, so 3 months later, saying that we would then look to be on site in February to finalise the work. So that from my understanding, there wasn't a meeting on site with the property owner saying, oh, I wasn't aware of this, what do I need to do, sort of showing a sense of urgency to help.
Or even, I'm probably looking whether there was actually acknowledgement at all from the landholder that they were made aware, or that they, yes, I'd received the letter outlining it, or was it just silence, I guess?
I think from what I understand from the cases that we've reviewed, there was sort of silence for the first few letters until we went to the stage of saying, well, there's show cause, now we're going to be arriving on site at a certain date. For whatever reason, people didn't in this case see it as an issue that they needed to worry themselves with.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I add to that for Michael? I don't know the exact time, but he had sold at that time, I think at the time he got the letters, and he probably thought, oh, well, I don't know about this, but whatever happened, it transpired with the correspondence. I do know that it was at the brink of the sale at that time, yeah. And then, of course, he got this, and there may have been 1 or 2 letters take place in the meantime, and he wanted to get it resolved. Came to me, and I put it forward to the organisation to deal with it, to deal with him. And then I think Andrea ended up finding 1, 2, and then they started coming out of the air. So that's when we realised we had a bigger problem, and that's what triggered the policy and the procedure. But those early ones, and the earliest one altogether was the one at Kui Bay at Seaspray. So that one had been well and truly advanced of all of these, but we just need to get it off our plate because obviously it's just been going on too long.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend, do you want to wrap up on this one? If there's no other comments. Councillor Friend?
Thank you. I don't have much more to say, except the previous owner had sold the property and had made correspondence with council and thought this was paid at the settlement. As it is council's infrastructure, I believe in this case the reputational damage of council pursuing this outweighs the fee amount in this case. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, councillors, debate's concluded. Well, we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Carried, thank you. Sewer access chamber at 14 Thomas Street, Emu Park. Councillor Bello, would you take the chair for a moment, please?
Councillor Bello, as acting chair, I'll move this one. Oh no, I won't move this one. I want to make a alternative motion.
Okay, you're quite welcome to flag that alternative motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bello, I would like to state that council resolves to waiver the fee of $1,581.15 for raising the sewer access chamber at 14 Thomas Street, Emu Park.
Okay.
And I have questions.
Happy to move, second that, Mr.
Okay, well, if there's questions, by all means, over to you, Councillor Friend.
Sure. Okay, so in saying this, on page 114 of the report, we'll see some photos. 414. The owner travelled from Western Australia to undertake the clearing work, and in doing so, no, he did also not do anything in the first few letters, as they're not aware of the obligation. They believe that it's council infrastructure. Oh, so you want to come in and do the work? Sure, why not? When the owner claims to have been made aware of the fee that it would take, he actually flew from WA, where he works, to undertake the work by clearing this sewage access chamber. On page 414, we see the work that he's undertaken. So he's certainly made an effort, and a large effort, to do so. And we know that the council officers advised us in past briefings and meetings that the whole area must be cleared around the access. And looking at this particular area, we see that the whole area, only a small area is cleared around the access. But then on page 417 and 418, we see our council, wonderfully hard-working council crews place on the riser. And they have not actually cleared the whole area either. They've stuck the sticky stuff on and stuck the riser on. And so at this point, the fellow has showed initiative and demonstrated his willingness to comply. However, what I want to know is that we often talk about pooling. This particular sewer access is on a slope. And how could water pool on that access? So, Mr. Creederman, could you answer how the water could pool on that sewage access?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. So the initial uncovering of the sewer manhole, which there's photos on page 416, shows that it's below the adjacent concrete footpath. So there's a chance that water runoff could flow over the sewer access chamber and then down into the sewer itself. As you said, it is on a slope, so the chances are not as high as if it was in a sag or in the middle of the grass in the back of the garden somewhere. Because when the resident uncovered the manhole, it is below the sitting proud, I guess you'd call it, 75 mils above the surrounding ground. We still wanted to raise it to make sure that there was no possibility for overland flow stormwater to flow over and then ingress into the access chamber, and that's why the work was completed.
Okay, thank you. I've moved this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Mather, thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
So just to be clear, the motion that's being debated is which one? The foreshadowed motion.
And the other one is going to be
Alternate motion.
Alternate, yeah, but it's not the officer's recommendation that was within the report. Okay.
And we'll use similar wording from the previous report, Mr. CEO, as to why the officer...
listening in, but I'll confirm with the proposer and the seconder before we publish that in the minutes.
Sure. Mr. CEO, this particular person did demonstrate a willingness and an ability to actually get in and clear it. So therefore, and making that effort, therefore I believe that in this case that the fee should be waived, as they have demonstrated this and have complied. Now, did they do it straight off on the first letter from WA? No. Did they understand what the whole issue was? Not really, until they spoke to someone in the water team who said that you're going to be up for thousands of dollars, and this is when either the penny dropped and they flew straight over to actually clear that with the help of a neighbour, actually. So the two men worked, and they also cleaned up after the riser was fitted. So council officers did not clean up either. So I believe in this particular case, it's imperative that we actually waiver this particular fee. Now, in saying that, for councillors, mayor and officers, I want to say that also those people that do disregard and place driveways, concrete driveways over the top, actually try to beautify their garden by literally putting fresh new gardens over the top of these sewage access chambers. They're the ones we need to be looking at. These historical chambers are pretty much flat to the ground, and they're all over the place. There's a chamber outside of the depot where I park my car, and it's flat to the ground, and it was set in within the concrete, so that one's flat, you know. So I've seen a lot of council chambers on footpaths that have been cleared to a point where pooling could actually happen, because they've only gone around the edge and not cleared the whole piece of land. Keppel Street is a perfect example in Emu Park. So in saying that, I'm not against our policy to actually obtain the funds from people that do the wrong thing. I am for people that want to make an effort and to try to do the right thing and demonstrate a willingness to comply. So I do believe that this should be waived. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend.
Look, just a painful question, if you don't mind, Michael. The only way to make this one compliant, even though the good councillor pointed out that the resident made it an effort to make it compliant or made it compliant, but the only way to make it compliant was to put the collar on there and have it at a certain height above the overland flow. It wasn't something that could be done by the owner unless they were going to reduce their whole layout of their yard to enable that collar to be 100 mil or whatever it is that was the end result there. That's what makes it now compliant.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. The photos on page 412 shows the manhole lid being uncovered, but you can see the concrete footpath adjacent is higher than the manhole. So as an alternative, the property owner could have put an extra step in that footpath and lowered the concrete footpath adjacent, but that's obviously a lot of work and whatever. So we would, the letter's always, and the procedure is, please remedy this issue. And there's little sketches on what we expect. If the resident's not willing or able to do that, then in this case, this is a bit of a historic one, we've come in and had to put the collar on.
To make it compliant?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Friend, do you want to wrap up?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This particular property owner had owned 14 Thomas Street at Emu Park since about 2012. The footpath and the sewer access chamber look a lot older than that. And once again, going by past history, they may certainly not have been aware it was even there because of the lack of information accessed during conveyancing. So I do believe that this particular one should be waived because the owner has certainly demonstrated a willingness to actually at least make an effort. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Friend. All right, we'll close debate, councillors. We've got a resolution that council resolves to waive the fee of $1,581.15 for raising the sewer access chamber at 14 Thomas Street, Emu Park. Moved councillor Friend, seconded councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Carried.
Thank you, members.
11:21, councillors, is the successful 23 black spot nomination request in the budget.
Yep.
All right.
Good afternoon, councillors. For those that don't know, my name's Jake Taylor. I've recently moved in the role of Principal Transport Engineer. Previously was a planning engineer in the infrastructure planning section. In this role, the main objective is road safety, the safe and efficient transport of people and goods, which is a bit of a segue to what this report is about. This is about black spot funding nomination grants we've been successful in from the federal government for 100% funding. We were successful in 4 projects. Tamby Road, from Tamby Road to Emu Park Road for 25 grand. That's a speed reduction project, reducing it from 100 kilometres to 80. Farnborough Road, similar thing, from Panorama Drive to Browns Lane. We're reducing the speed limit from 90 to 80, and that has actually been installed. There's a few other treatments we're doing, like audio tactile line marking, which is your little strips that buzz when you drive over them, and some guardrail. And the third one is the scenic highway on Lemore Beach, next to the shared path near Seabreeze Servo. We're doing a few turn treatments there, guardrail or concrete barrier, haven't decided yet. Hopefully we can fit in a pedestrian crossing there. Yeah. And then the fourth one's Percy Ford, Scenic Highway and Cedar Ave intersection. We're installing a controlled right turn, which will make it safer. It's an old school thing to have a filtered turn. We're steering away from that now. So yeah, this is a positive thing for the community from the road safety perspective, and I'm asking for your support in getting these adopted into the Ford Works program budget for design this financial year and construction in 24-25.
All right. Thank you, Jake. I'm happy to move, councillors. Can I get a seconder, please?
Just questions.
Yeah, I'll get to it in a second, councillor. Councillor Swaddling, thank you. Councillor Mather, question?
Yeah, Jake, thank you for that. Thank you for the money. I'm just wondering how this is intended to go into the 3-4 budget. Is that right? 3-4, 23. Encompassing detailed design in the 23-24 budget. How does that compete time-wise with the resources that you may not have, competing with what we've already got on the charter?
Yeah, we sort of knew this funding was pending for a couple of months, and the designers sort of already programmed it in. So yeah, our 2 principal designers are confident they can deliver it. Some of them actually don't, like the speed reduction ones aren't really that much labour intrusive from a design perspective, and the Percy Ford one isn't actually much design involved. But the scenic highway is the bigger one that will involve a bit of detailed design.
So you've got enough resources to do the designs on the ones that do need designs?
Yeah, and if we don't, there's no reason why we can't outsource it.
Yeah, okay. But it's good to have the money, it's good to get the upgrades where necessary. That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Jake, and thank you for all your helpfulness that you've helped me personally with the Capricorn Access and Equity Committee. So they really appreciate you being there and giving some insights that you do. So Farnborough Road, Black Spot, so it states it will cost 255K, and we've got the grant. Fantastic, good job, well done. But it says it's for signage, chevron alignment markers and guideposts, then a guardrail. And that all of that will cost $255,000. Is that correct? What length is the guardrail?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I feel as though it's maybe about 100 metres. Yeah, and the audio tactile line marking was actually quite expensive. I got a unit rate from TMR for that, and I think that inflated it quite a bit. And yeah, we've got the contingency in there as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor
Yeah, I
Bello?
have a question, Mr Chair, and it's it's encouraging to see these types of projects identified and applied for, and the funding appears to be there. I'm probably really curious to do with the Lammermoor, the scenic highway one, Jake, and I guess following on from a recent community engagement session down there at the southern end of Lammermoor Beach, where it's been identified anecdotally, but certainly from the community's perspective, that there's significant concern there about the traffic movements there, that the challenges in crossing the road without the absence of any adequate sort of footpaths, zebra crossing, traffic islands in the middle. I'm curious, I guess, to know in the assessment of this one here, for example, how do we get, say, that southern end there, or at least how do we assess the formula as to whether it actually qualifies, or what would make it qualify, say, for the next round of black spot funding? Or do we believe that the concerns raised are whilst they're valid, but they're not necessarily going to be able to qualify for the next round of applications that you believe may be necessary?
Yeah, so in a way, I didn't choose these projects; they chose us. So the crash data gets mapped, and then I select areas where there's 3 more crashes. And I did look at the roundabout that you're referring to at Clayton Road and Scenic Highway. Is that what you mean? Yeah. Yeah. And there was no crashes in the most recent 5 years at that intersection, and it's probably related to the fact there's a roundabout there and it acts as a traffic calming thing.
So would that include, say, kids getting hit on bikes, or would that qualify as a crash?
We do have unless it's reported as a minor injury, medical treatment, hospitalisation, or a fatality, it goes on that data. But to go to back to your concerns, we have a business case that will address your concerns, and we actually revised it because I received an email a while ago from former councillor Hutton asking us to look into the connection of footpath along Clayton Road and sort of to around Chandler Road.
Yep.
So we revised that business case, and I got to send it to the general manager for approval. Yep. But yeah, that's definitely on our radar.
Yep. So more to come in that space.
Yeah.
Separate to this year.
Yeah, we acknowledge there's some demand from the community.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Going to mover in myself, seconder and Councillor May. You happy to go to the vote, councillors, on this one? All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Jake. 11.22 is the response to the notice of motion in relation to the Woodalla Creek crossing on Stanage Bay Road. Thank you. Welcome to the table, Sean. You're the General Manager speaking to this one.
I'm happy to tag team, Mr.
Right,
Mayor.
it sounds like a plan.
Happy to go straight to questions if that's okay.
Right. Any questions, councillors? We've got a mover, Councillor Mather. Happy to second. Silence is golden. No, I'm just wondering if there's any further questions or comments, councillors, or if you're happy to go to the vote straight up.
Happy to go to the vote, Mr Mayor, but I'd have to say that thank you on behalf of the community up there. It's the missing link in that road now. We just have to get a program of maintenance for that top section now, because it's in the worst, as I said, the worst that I've ever seen it. But thank you for that, because it will make one hell of a difference to the people who've been isolated and stranded for a long time, over a long period of time. Thank you.
All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, seconder in myself. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. 11:23, Rockhampton Regional Roads Transport Group Council nomination. That was a quick trip, Sean. Mr. Creedman, is this one yours?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mayor. The Mayor is Council's only delegate on the Rockhampton Regional Road Group, and at the moment the Mayor chairs that meeting. I think from memory there was a meeting back in April. The Mayor was ill that day, so the meeting had to be postponed. And and the meetings are every 6 months, so just to provide some extra cover for the Mayor's attendance of that meeting, and within the standing orders for the meetings, we are able to, as a council, to recommend a proxy for the Mayor. So I thought it'd be appropriate to do that, just to, on the very odd occasion where the Mayor may be ill or out of town, that the designated proxy could act on council's behalf. And within my officer's recommendation there, I've put forward Councillor Mather as the delegate, the proxy, as it aligns with Councillor Mather's portfolio. And then also the second part of that is just to amend the councillor portfolio policy to include this appointment in her duties. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Mather, are you happy to accept the nomination?
Mr Mayor, but I think on the list I have of my portfolio, it's already on there for me. But I'm happy for you. I'll tag along with you if that's all right, if you happen to not get there.
Happy to, thank you. All right. I'm happy to move that, councillors. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Councillors, this is fairly straightforward. I don't see a need for me to sort of speak to it at any great length unless there's any questions. It just seems to me common sense, because as I was sick as a dog that day. Yeah. All right, we'll just go to the vote. Mover and myself, seconded Councillor Eastwood, all in favour. Carried unanimously, thank you. And Mr CEO, I believe that's the agenda for us, is it? Oh, your urgent item, Councillor?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Probably a little bit scratchy.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I had an urgent matter in relation to the rates, but from the information I've received, it can't be changed anyway, so
right.
I think that probably just have to leave it, and unfortunately.
All right.
Is that is correct, isn't it? Have I got that right?
That's the advice we've got. I'm happy to explore the alternatives, but on the face of it, if you're asking me right here and now, there's really not scope for doing what's contemplated.
Okay, well, I thank you and the CFO for actually finding out for me.
If I could just, before we perhaps conclude, would it not be prudent to seek to explore what options may be at council's discretion, even if it's based on the anecdotal comments of others that in the community have said that other councils that they're aware of have extended the time frame. It would be good to know if those councils actually do exist and on what basis they were able to extend that time frame on. So at least there's a commitment to investigate if it is all within the powers of council to do that. And that at least creates a pathway for the consideration of it.
Well, councillors, if you're happy for the CEO to undertake that work without a formal resolution, we can just do that.
Oh, Mr Mayor, maybe we could have a formal resolution, because we have to meet for the 40 Farnborough Road. Maybe if they found out the information, we could actually bring it back to that.
So you,
I'm not moving it now because we haven't got, but they're going to find
but
out
you
some
want that
information.
information to come back to that special
Yeah,
meeting?
Which would require a motion though.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm happy just to put that on under my delegation. I'm happy to just put that on the agenda, Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Now, Councillor Mather, I was going to suggest you wanted some more information around the process that's been going on in terms of the delegations and those sorts of things. Are you happy? Are you happy to for the CEO to sort of liaise with you off?
Not me. And I don't know what other members have got, but I've got nothing. This was just a rough sketch I've got here, that in order to bring members up to date. That in order to bring members up to date in relation to the Flinders Park issue, CEO be asked to provide all members with all relevant information on the matters and arrange a meeting to identify all the matters in contention so that any outcomes can be officially recorded.
Not really.
Because we know nothing, and we've been arguing it today, and we're at a disadvantage, that's all.
I'm not against what you're saying, I just don't really understand what it is you're asking, that's all. Sorry, I might be a bit thick at this hour of the afternoon, but yeah.
Yeah, I know, everybody's drained. Everybody's drained. But because there was a resolution that went through asking for an independent investigator, then we need to know the facts. We need to know what's gone on, what's transpired, because the stuff that you're raising today that I've not heard about. So if we're going to be investigated or even inquired after, then we need to know what we're talking about. Because we can't, you've got to be honest, because this has been going on for a couple of weeks, and I don't want to labour this any more than necessary, but that was just something that was left over from earlier discussions, that we'd be afforded, not just for me, all the members, because they're all going to be subject to an inquiry of some sort. That's all. So I just wanted to put it in writing, that's all. Is that okay? So I'll give this to Justine if you want. In order to bring members up to date in relation to the Flinders Park issue, CEO be asked to provide all members with all relevant information on the matters.
So you want that in the minutes, councillor, do you? Or are you just happy for us to deal with this?
No, I think I'd like it in the minutes so that there's no suggestion that we've got it wrong, that's all, Mr Mayor. It's nothing sort of reading into it. It's just that we have been without any information. And here we are.
Can you read it for me again then, please?
Can you read it?
And councillors, before everyone goes home, can I have 5 minutes of your time in relation to tomorrow's trip to Standage Bay Road, please? Oh, it's not necessarily about who's going. There's another issue. Sorry? We're just going to put this up. You want to vote? Councillor Mather wants us to vote on it. All right, so you're moving that, Councillor Mather? Is there a seconder? All right, did you want to speak to it, Councillor Mather?
Very briefly, I think we've spoken enough about it today, Mr Mayor, that if we're going to be interviewed, then we need to be aware of the facts. And all this is doing is saying, we've had this great discussion over a number of weeks, but certainly came to a head today, and yet we've got nothing in front of us. I feel, shall I use the word naked, as far as information goes? I think we deserve to have the information. In fact, I think it should be compulsory to have the information. I'm not reading anything into it. I'm just saying that we need to have it. That's all, Mr Mayor.
All right, thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll speak against, only because of this reason. The last time we ended up in a workshop, a lot of divisive information has come out of that particular workshop when we were given a lot of information in that workshop to discuss the process and the steps involved. So at this point, I believe that today we voted to have an independent assessment of the whole procedure undertaken, which is transparent and equitable. And I think that that would be certainly enough to actually go with. And I'm sure that a resolution is not needed because the CEO has offered to speak to all councillors if they need more information. I know that I've emailed the CEO and received instant information from him. So I don't believe another workshop would be conducive to what has happened out of a previous workshop. Thank you.
Councillor Friend, anyone speaking for? All right. Councillor Mather, I would be happy to support that up to the point where it says that in order to bring members up to date in relation to the Flinders Park issue, the CEO be asked to provide all members all relevant information, full stop. Beyond that, again, my bush lawyer brain says we could be accused of collusion if an investigator comes along and sees we've had a meeting to discuss this. That's just my thinking. So I'd be happy to support that, the word relevant information.
I'd be happy to delete the rest of that word, Mr Mayor. Make you happy?
Well, it's not about making me happy, Councillor, but I mean the others,
No,
obviously.
like an amendment. I'm happy to remove those other words.
All right. All right. Any other comments or questions or changes, councillors? Happy to vote on that? All right. Councillor Mather, you want to wrap up?
Yeah, all I'll say as a finale, that we shouldn't have to be asked for the information. We shouldn't have to extract it from the CEO to be able to know what we're talking about at this table. It's a matter of that we need to know. Whatever the issue is, we go to great lengths to get information on small things, which are important to all of us. But when we get into the big things, we're kind of shy a little bit. And I don't think it's intentional. Well, I'm saying it's done in good faith, Mr Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. We've got the resolution there, councillors. Moved by Councillor Mather, seconded by Councillor Bello. All in favour? Okay. Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. Councillors, can I have 5 minutes before you go, please?